Hello and welcome to NTD's special coverage of former President Trump's second arraignment. This time, federal charges, raising the stakes even more for the former president and current frontrunner in the GOP primary in the 2024 presidential race. I'm Steve Lance, and I'm joined by my co-hosts Kelly Wright and Tiffany Meyer. We're also joined by our legal correspondent, Arlene Richards, who's been following this story closely.
Now, Mr. Trump is facing a total of 37 counts in a federal indictment that was unsealed last week. 31 of those involve charges under the Espionage Act. And Waltine Nauta, a personal valet who works at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, has also been charged in this case. We're wading into uncharted legal territory here today because Trump is the first former president in American history to face federal charges.
His indictment has drawn a mixed response from lawmakers, fellow presidential candidates, and the public, with Trump supporters saying it's proof of a two-tier justice system, and critics saying that no one is above the law.
And throughout our coverage, we'll be checking in with our reporters on the ground, Iris Tao at the federal courthouse in Miami, Florida, where Trump is expected to be arraigned this afternoon, and Melina Wisecup will be joining us from Capitol Hill. We'll check in first with NTD's Washington correspondent Iris Tao, who's been reporting from the Miami courthouse since yesterday. Iris, what are you seeing there? What are you expecting to see over the next few hours?
Hey, good afternoon, Steve. So yes, here we are at the federal courthouse in Miami, where Trump is expected to appear right now. Actually, as you can see, people behind me are getting excited because Trump's motorcade just left Trump National Doral at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, and that is about 30 minutes drive from here. So if you count that time, it is the time now when Trump is expected to arrive here. And his arraignment is slated for 3 p.m. Eastern time, so it's about an hour before that slot. And as we are standing here, we know that protesters as well as supporters have been demonstrating here since this morning. And some of them waited for hours in the sun just for this moment. And of course, as we're waiting, let's talk about what Trump is going to do once he gets here. So first, we're going to find out which entrance he's going to take, either through the main lobby or through an underground tunnel that's potentially more secure and low profile. And once he's inside that courthouse, he's going to get processed, most likely just getting fingerprinted instead of getting photographed as well as handcuffed, because for apparent reason, Trump is very identifiable and he's not expected to run away. But once he's in the courtroom, he's going to have charges against him read to him by a judge, and he is expected to plead not guilty to the charges. He has said that he has done nothing wrong and that this is a political witch hunt. And after the arraignment, though, we are going to expect to hear from him tonight at 8:15 p.m. Eastern time from New Jersey, where he will be addressing the nation and his supporters from there, and of course talk about this whole indictment and arraignment process today. So we will bring you the latest updates throughout today, and of course we'll let you know when Trump actually gets here. Steve.
Iris, thank you for that. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the afternoon as things unfold. Now we're going to turn our attention to NTD's congressional correspondent Melina Wisecup, who's reporting to us live from Capitol Hill. Melina, what are you hearing from lawmakers, and has the White House weighed in at all?
Hi, Steve. Good afternoon. So yeah, the White House is staying silent on this issue. The last comment that we heard from them was that Biden is not going to get involved in speaking on an ongoing case. And some staffers for the White House also said that they don't want Biden to be distracted from his own campaign. As for how Republican lawmakers are responding, the House side is, of course, a lot different than the Senate side, so we'll get into that a little bit later. But earlier we spoke with House Minority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Leader, and he was pretty much saying that this is a two-tier justice system, as Tiff, you pointed out earlier. That's the recurring message that we've heard from House Republicans throughout Trump's first arraignment, now the second arraignment. And I asked Leader Scalise specifically if it's the GOP's perspective that this is a two-tier justice system, what would rectify the situation? What would make it right? I said, would that be dropping Trump's case, or would it be starting a case against President Biden or reviving that case against Secretary Hillary Clinton. He didn't directly answer my question, but he did say that there does need to be equal application of the law, which is a similar response that we heard from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy yesterday on the issue when he was repeatedly pressed on his reaction there. Now, as for some other lawmakers here in Congress, Chairman Jim Jordan of the Judiciary Committee is saying that he trusts Trump's word that he declassified those documents before leaving the White House. We all remember that clip that he had with CNN host where he was pressed on this over and over again, and he would not give in. He stood by his point that he believes Trump's word that he declassified those documents. Other strong Trump supporters, like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, is calling to defund the special counsel Jack Smith. Now, getting into Democrats' reaction a little bit, some Democrats, actually, we just heard one right beside me, they say that they're uncomfortable with Republicans trying to undermine the Department of Justice here. And then House Democrat Chairman Pete Aguilar earlier today said that he's uncomfortable with Republicans rushing to defend former President Trump. And Adam Schiff, which is also a top Republican, specifically said something that's been representative of other Democrats, saying that the evidence in this case is specific. And he pointed to that audio recording that Trump, where he discussed those declassified documents, or classified documents, where he pointed to that audio recording saying that this is a graphic piece of evidence here. That's from leader Adam Schiff. Also, Democrats are saying that this evidence is is what sets it apart from Hillary Clinton's case, because Democrats say that Trump intentionally withheld those documents and lied to officials, whereas Hillary Clinton and President Biden actually had no knowledge of the documents that they had in their possession. Now, as for Republican senators' response, you would be quite surprised that some of them are actually taking on a messaging approach that's sort of similar to Democrats. Number 2 Senator John Thune, the whip, said that this evidence is very serious. As for how Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is handling it, he has yet to give a response, but he is having a press conference right now, so we'll tune into that and see if he has anything more to say on the issue. Steve, we'll toss it back to you.
Melina, thank you for that thorough report, bringing us perspective from both sides. We'll come back to our reporters in the field in just a bit, but first I'd like to bring in NTD legal correspondent Arlene Richards. And Mike Davis will be joining us remotely, founder and president of the Article 3 Project. First, Arlene, we'll go to you. The former president has been charged once by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, but where are we now with this case?
So as you know, Steve, it's a 37-count indictment related to classified documents found at the Mar-a-Lago residence. And it alleges that President Trump and one of his aides mishandled the classified documents and conspired to conceal them. Now, the charges are broken down into 3 categories. First one is the Espionage Act, and there were 31 counts in the Espionage Act, which involves unlawful retention of national defense information. And this is very serious because they're saying that he had secret and top secret documents, which would be the highest level of national security risk. So this is very serious. 5 counts all come under the conspiracy to obstruct. This involves how they interacted with the FBI after the classified documents were discovered, and including allegations that he and his aide were hiding boxes and concealing classified documents. And then there's 1 count of a false statement, and this goes into the certification that was signed by the attorney. The certification said that all of the classified documents that were requested had been provided, when in fact not all of them were. So this is where we're at in this indictment. Of course, there's a lot more in it, as was discussed earlier about an audio recording, but this kind of lays out a summary of it. Steve.
Let's go to Mike here joining us. Mike Davis, thank you so much for taking some time for us.
Yeah, I've carefully read the indictment, and it confirms what I've suspected since August, and that this is a political hit on former President Trump, who is the leading presidential candidate against Garland's boss, Joe Biden. And the reason this is a political hit is because it doesn't even cite the Presidential Records Act, which is the controlling statute for a former president's handling of his presidential records. And the office of the former president, which is congressionally funded, very secure, with Secret Service protection, staff with security clearances. They don't even cite the Presidential Records Act, and they are trying to push this legal theory that a former president having his presidential records, just retaining them, not even using them to harm America, just retaining them, is an Espionage Act violation. that is not going to uphold, that is not going to be upheld. That legal theory will not be upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. And Jack Smith is used to getting reversed unanimously by the Supreme Court of the United States by bringing bogus political theories to take out Republican presidential candidates, like he did with Bob McDonnell, a potential Republican presidential candidate in 2016.
Mike, thank you for that. I want to toss to Arlene. So you mentioned the audio recordings, and some are calling this a speaking indictment. What does that mean?
So he actually transcribed the audio recording within the indictment. He gives line by line what was said in the audio recording in the indictment. And so this gives people a more clear understanding of what was said and how it actually is used to counter what he said, that he declassified all of the documents, right? So in the audio recording, he actually admits, if this is actually a valid and authentic audio recording, it validates that he actually knew the document was classified, and that he admits that he did not declassify it, and actually showed it to some people who didn't have security clearance. That's what it's showing.
And on that note, these recordings took place, if they're true, right? They took place in New Jersey, but this case right now is being tried in Miami. So how does that work?
Well, it's contained in the indictment, but most likely he won't be able to bring it into the case in Florida. Now, you have to remember that everything that's in this indictment has to go through another process and be approved to be brought into the case in Florida. And the case in Florida is only going to cover the things that actually happened in Florida. It's called venue, right? You have to bring the case into the correct venue. So yes, he's provided all this information in the indictment. It's good theater for news media to report on it, and for people to know about it. And actually it kind of hurts Trump because it influences people's thinking, right? Even though it may not be brought into the Florida court, people have already heard about it, they've already read about it, they already know about it. So, it has that kind of an impact.
Let's go to Mike if we could. Mike, let's get your reaction, and if you could also comment on the audio tapes and what your thoughts are, how damning those could be.
If you look at what Jack Smith alleges in this indictment, he misses words from what Trump said in that transcribed tape recording that they have later on in the indictment. He didn't say that they were classified. He said that they were secret, that these were secret documents. And it doesn't matter under the Presidential Records Act whether they're classified or not, national security documents or not. The former president is allowed to access his presidential records, and that's why Congress gives the former president the office of the former president. And it is generally legally impossible to obstruct investigations into non-crimes. There is a binding 2019 Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, legal opinion at the Justice Department that Merrick Garland and Jack Smith ignored. They ignored the Presidential Records Act. They ignored a 2012 Obama judge ruling with Clinton's highly classified audio recordings of his presidency in his sock drawer, and they're ignoring the 2019 OLC opinion. Regardless of what the facts are in this indictment, this is legally deficient on its face. They're not even alleging that President Trump intended to harm the United States by simply retaining his presidential records.
Mike, it's Kelly right here, and I wanted to ask you, you alluded to or referred to former governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell, and how that case was unanimously reversed in the Supreme Court. We're going to be having, as a program note, the governor on with us today to talk about this case related to the federal indictment of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. But I want to ask you a question specifically about Attorney General Bill Barr. As you know, he was Donald Trump's Attorney General. And he told my former colleague Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday that Donald Trump is toast if even half of this material in today's indictment, which is 37 counts, is true. Also, he stated the indictment is very, very damning. How do you square that with your assertion about what's going on, and how do you compare that to the former Attorney General of the United States?
Bill Barr is sour grapes. He's being very reckless by saying that a criminal defendant is toast based upon an allegations in a complaint. There are legal deficiencies in this complaint that I just outlined. The Presidential Records Act controls the former president's handling of his presidential records, not the Espionage Act. even if the Espionage Act does control, they're not showing how President Trump intended to harm the United States by simply retaining his presidential records. Third point, Bill Barr should know this 2019 Office of Legal Counsel legal opinion that you generally can't obstruct investigations into non-crimes because he's the Attorney General who signed the OLC opinion.
And the burden of proof, of course, is with Jack Smith and how he proceeds with this case. But as you look at other people commenting on this case, particular Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, who, as you know, is running as a political candidate, a presidential candidate, he stated that much of this, and even Paul Ryan, the former Speaker of the House, much of today's problems for the former President of the United States, Donald Trump, is by his own doing, that he could have complied and responded to the subpoena as well as complied with the National Archives in following that, and that the material that he now possesses in those documents, top secret and classified, are not of his own personal property but belong to the United States government. Is this something that Donald Trump could have avoided by just cooperating in the past?
So, under the Presidential Records Act, it is very clear that the statute is very clear that former presidents get access to their presidential records. He's allowed to have his presidential records under the Presidential Records Act. And we have a lot of Democrats and Republicans who are tired of Trump using this as a way to try to take him out as a presidential candidate. They are ignoring the law to try to take out President Trump.
Thank you, Mike.
Back to Arlene in the studio here. Arlene, if we could just get your thoughts on how former President Trump has been reacting, specifically when it comes to speaking to the world via his platform, Truth Social.
Well, as you know, Steve, he has consistently said that this is a hoax and that they're out to get him. He talks about how this is election interference, and he is determined to continue on with the election. He's going to continue to run for president no matter what. He believes that he's an innocent man, that this should never have happened. He said that it's been 7 years that they've been coming after him. He compares this to the Russia collusion investigation, where he says that turned out to be nothing, and he feels like this is going to turn out to be the same thing.
And Trump's co-defendant, his valet, Walt Nauta, if you could give us a little bit of background on him, what is his role?
So Walt was his aide. He's a former Navy officer, and he was supposedly or allegedly helping Trump to move documents around. And so what they're saying is that he was conspiring with Trump to conceal some of these classified documents that they had requested, but that Trump didn't want to give to them.
Mike Davis, back to you. When it comes to the valet, Walt Nauta, what are your thoughts on the DOJ targeting him? Is he going to, fold in their eyes? Is he an easy target? What are your thoughts?
I don't know what the DOJ's intent is. I know that Jack Smith is used to getting reversed unanimously by the Supreme Court, and I want to read the relevant part of the Presidential Records Act. The presidential records of a former president shall be available to such former president or the former president's designated representative. The former president gets to have his presidential records. He can have designated representatives who have the presidential records. There is no criminal component to the Presidential Records Act. This was a political hit to get President Trump. And what the archives should have done, which is what they do with all former presidents in the past, is you file a civil lawsuit. You negotiate, you file a civil lawsuit. You don't do unlawful home raids. You don't do unprecedented indictments of a former president because you thought he was being a jerk with his presidential records.
So, Mike, I've got to ask you, you followed politics for a very long time. You worked with Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa. You've been following not only this case, but other cases in the past, and you know that there are other cases are pending as we're watching video right now outside of the Miami courthouse. I just need to ask you, what do you think this is doing to the fabric of America in terms of the great divide that we have right now?
The Democrats have crossed the Rubicon. They had Alvin Bragg, Matthew Colangelo got sent from the Biden Justice Department to help Alvin Bragg resuscitate a dead zombie case based upon a bogus legal theory passed on by the Manhattan U.S. Attorney, the Federal Election Commission, Alvin Bragg himself, they resuscitated a zombie case to get Trump there. They're going after Trump with this bogus legal theory about a former president having his presidential records in the office of former president, which is allowed under the Presidential Records Act. Then they're going to go after Trump down in Georgia with Fani Willis under the bogus legal theory that a president objecting to the presidential election, which is allowed by the Electoral Count Act of 1887, is somehow illegal. This is all lawfare to take out President Trump because they fear they cannot beat him in the election in November of 2024.
And you know, of course, people will disagree with that on the other side. You say it's just Democrats, but what about fellow Republicans like the former Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, who says that Donald Trump is waging a vindictive campaign and could hurt the Republican Party in terms of its goals of achieving any majority within the House and the Senate?
Well, and that's the problem, is they see Trump as a political problem, so they want to take him out legally. You just made my points. And I guess I would say this to these Democrats and these Trump deranged rhinos. What's their remedy here? Do you want President Trump to die in prison because he got into a dispute with librarians and other bureaucrats over his presidential records? Is that the remedy? There's no evidence that President Trump used these presidential records to secure bribery or foreign corruption or sell out America like there is evidence that Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton did. But we're going to put President Trump in prison for the rest of his life. You want him to die in prison because you think he's a jerk and you don't like him politically.
Mike, what is the hope for America that you have?
I mean, I think the hope for America is that the jury down in Miami is going to exonerate him, which they should do. Judge Cannon should throw out this indictment on the legal sufficiency alone. And if it can't get resolved, the American people need to put President Trump back in the White House in November 2024. He can dismiss these charges with prejudice or pardon himself, and we can move on.
I want to turn to Arlene in studio here. We've mentioned the New York case and now the current one in Miami. What about other legal woes that Trump is facing, and how might that play out as 2024 unfolds?
Well, as you know, we've talked about the Alvin Bragg indictment already. That case currently is in federal court. Trump's attorneys are trying to move that case to federal court because they believe that Alvin Bragg can't litigate a federal charge, which is one of the charges they believe is under the federal election law. So they're attempting to get that moved. There will be a hearing on that scheduled for June 27. If it doesn't get moved to the federal court, then there will be a trial date in March of 2024. Fulton County, the DA in Fulton County, Fani Willis, is currently conducting an investigation into these alleged efforts to change the 2020 election results. She has given a signal that she is intending to possibly indict in August. She has asked the local courts to clear their calendars in August. She has asked for increased security in August, and she is planning to have her staff work remotely in August. So the speculation is that she will likely announce an indictment in August. She has recently started to expand her probe into other states. She's looking at some of Donald Trump's activities, specifically 2 firms that he hired to find election fraud in 2020. And then we have the January 6th investigation, which is ongoing. Jack Smith is also conducting that investigation into whether or not Donald Trump incited the Capitol breach on January 6th and whether he attempted to overturn the election. So he has subpoenaed several people, some of the same people that he has subpoenaed in this case, from the White House, former administration officials, including Mike Pence and also Steve Bannon most recently. And it is expected that there will be another indictment in that case. In terms of the election, the first debate is scheduled for August 23rd. So that's going to overlap with the Georgia indictment that's expected to come out. And then after that, the Republican Party is planning to have one debate a month until the end of the year. And then starting in January, they're expected to have 2 debates a month. So we're not sure if Trump is going to get involved in the debate in August. Some people say that he would be better off not getting involved right away. But come next year, as we get into March, there'll be that trial in the Alvin Bragg indictment case, and that will overlap with the debates. And then at the same time, from January to June, there also will be a lot of primaries and caucuses held during that time. So this will really interfere with his ability to debate, I guess, and also to campaign for himself.
Charlene, what you're stating goes to the core of what Mike was just talking about as well. These legal ramifications and the wranglings that Donald Trump will have to face as a front-runner presidential candidate who is likely expected, based on the linear projections and the polls right now, expected to win and become the presumptive presidential nominee for the Republican Party. Legally, can he still be able to afford the expense of going to all these trials and still being on the campaign trail? I mean, America has never seen this before. Let's be honest. This is unprecedented. It's uncharted waters. We said this back in April with New York, and now it's federal. Here's the former commander-in-chief who was in charge of military, the Department of Defense, and now he's indicted by the federal government that he was sworn to protect and to serve for his alleged actions and misdeeds as a person of interest and a personal citizen.
Yeah, legally, I'm not sure where he's getting the money from. He does have a lot of businesses that he owns, so of course, those businesses continue. He continues to make money from those businesses. In terms of his campaign and the funding that he gets for that, I don't think that can be used for his legal woes.
Is anyone above the law?
Well, maybe President Biden is. I'm not sure. Kelly?
We will see.
Mike Davis, we'll go back to you remotely if we could. Mike, I want to get your thoughts. You touched upon this in your last segment. Basically, that this is all process crimes. It's very hard to see the underlying crime. If you could sort of unpack that idea and explain to the audience, parse between those two.
Yeah, it is not a crime for a former president to have his presidential records in the office of the former president. That is specifically allowed by the Presidential Records Act. The Biden Justice Department is ignoring the Presidential Records Act and charging Trump under the Espionage Act, which is not applicable to a former president's handling of his presidential records. The Espionage Act would be applicable to a former president's handling of other classified records, but just not his presidential records. They're ignoring that, and they're trying to charge him with espionage, even though there is zero evidence that Trump intended to harm the United States. And then they do what prosecutors do when they have a weak case. They charge 30 counts, and then they charge obstruction of justice, and that's exactly what Jack Smith is doing here. If you look at the allegations in the complaint, you see all these bad facts in the complaint that Trump was moving documents, and he did this and he did that. Look at the legal allegations. The legal allegations do not hold up on this in this complaint. They will not hold up hopefully with Judge Cannon. She'll kick this complaint, but I hope that the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court has to gets this resolved. In the meantime, the American people need to put President Trump back in the Oval Office in January of 2025.
Mike Davis, thank you. We appreciate your insights, and thank you, Arlene. Informative as always. We'll take a short break now before continuing our discussion. We'll be checking in with Roman and Iris again in Miami, where former President Trump is expected to make an appearance. Stay tuned for that in just a moment.
What do you think about this indictment? How do you think it's going to affect 2024?
For president, he would have no indictment. That's what it is. They know he's going to come down on him. They're terrified of him. They're actually terrified. They're terrified of him. They're terrified of the MAGA movement. They're terrified of all the supporters that he has. He's going to have, and his numbers just keep on going up. I mean, his supporters, he has over 80 million supporters. I mean, the voting and stuff, it's just unbelievable.
I truly believe that he's not going to be guilty of anything. And if he is, he's still going to win the presidency in 2024. More people are going to jump on the Trump train and say, you know what, this is not fair what's going on in this country, even the independents. So I truly believe the independents are really going to back up Trump big time. And once he becomes president in 2024, he's going to pardon himself. Now the left is going to try to impeach him, so this is going to go on for the next 5 or 6 years. So fasten your seatbelt and get ready for this ride, because it's going to be a crazy one.
I think that this is not only selective, I think it's malicious. I think the point is they're trying to get us upset, to get a reaction. I think that we're all rightfully pissed off and they want us to do something in order to garner and justify what they're doing to Trump and his people. But this is just going to rally everyone around Trump. And that's why it's sort of indirectly good for him, because I think that this is going to remind everyone that Trump is a big threat. If they thought they would be able to beat him, they wouldn't be doing this to him.
I'm going to tell you something from my personal perspective. I think this is going to boost President Trump. And if we see the example of Brazil years back, because many people don't see history, they want to erase it. We saw how they put a donkey out there and it actually won. And let me tell you, it doesn't matter if they're going to accuse him. It doesn't matter if they're going to put him in trial. They're going to try to take away the fact that he runs. But don't forget, he can still win while he's still in trial. And this is about the American people right now. Don't forget something. I mean, I'm not going to campaign right now for President Trump, even though I support him on a personal matter, because we're also here as an organization that's supporting human rights. And I want to make it very clear. One thing is Mariella supporting the president, which I've always have. I think he's a freedom fighter. I think he's somebody that has stood up for the American values, and he's going to keep on fighting. And I got to tell you this, but as an American and as somebody that, you know, is a head of a human rights organization, I think we're in a very tricky waters, and it's now or never. They will take away the American values. They will take away the greatness of this country. And the biggest greatness we have, it is liberty for all and justice for all. It's we the people.
Civilizations rise and fall. Millenniums, centuries, decades pass. But humankind's biggest questions remain. Life after death? Destiny or coincidence? For what do we exist? Explore them with us. Mysteries of life.
And welcome back to NTD News, where our special coverage right now is of if you see people running around the backgrounds because it's live, things like that do happen. Former President Trump, as you know, is headed towards the federal courthouse in Miami, and he is now booked, according to what we're hearing. He took a private underground entrance, so we didn't see him entering the courthouse. Deputy marshals are expected to take electronic copies of his fingerprints now, but no mugshot is expected. And next, Mr. Trump and his attorneys will appear before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman for the arraignment. In a Truth Social post before arriving at the courthouse, Trump said this, quote, "One of the saddest days in the history of our country. We are a nation," he says, "in decline." Trump's personal aide and co-defendant, Walt Nauta, traveled with Trump as well to the courthouse in a separate vehicle. Nauta also is scheduled to appear before the magistrate judge as well today. So as we continue to follow the developments right now, we are joined live. We can hear from NTD's Iris Tao, who's in Miami in front of the courthouse. Iris, you're there. You know the scene and what's going on. A lot of people out there in the streets. Tell us what's going on, and also tell us about more about who's going to be overseeing today's proceedings.
Of course, Kelly, thanks for having me. So first, like you said, Trump has entered the courthouse right behind me, and actually his motorcade directly drove in without any of us being able to see Trump, or neither does the supporters who have been waiting here for the whole morning. But as we know that, as you mentioned, Trump's booking process has now been completed, and we do expect the arraignment process, the actual courtroom process, to start rather quickly. But a big question here is, will we be able to catch a glimpse or watch the arraignment process at all? And the answer is unfortunately a hard no, because a federal judge last night basically ordered that no media outlets will be able to bring in any electronics, not even cell phones or cameras or whatever, into that courtroom. So basically meaning that we're not going to hear that much from that courtroom about what happened in there until reporters do get to come out after the process is completed and potentially start posting stuff on Twitter. And now, as we're waiting here for more news to come out from that courthouse, let's talk about the judge overseeing this entire proceeding here. So like you mentioned just now, yes, today's judge who's going to oversee this arraignment process will be Jonathan Goodman. But actually the leading judge who's actually in charge of this whole case, her name is Eileen Cannon. And while Cannon was randomly selected to oversee this case, she is actually a Trump appointee, and she has actually repeatedly ruled in Trump's favor in a related case also also having to do with Trump's handling of documents. And also we have to keep in mind here the jurors are very important here because, as we know, they're going to decide a large part of the outcome here. But we also know the jurors will be selected from here, southern Florida, which is a pretty friendly jurisdiction to Trump. So it's a big question here, remains to be seen whether the selection of jurors here and the appointment of the judge will have any impact on the case going forward. Kelly.
Iris, as you know, a lot of people had been reporting that there was the potential of violence, that people were tweeting or saying something nefarious was going to happen today. From what I can see right there, it's just a typical sunny day in Miami. Can you tell us about the crowd that's gathered there? They appear to be very friendly and cordial.
Of course, so like you said, yes, a lot of Trump supporters here. We're hearing them, basically making noises and waving flags and walking around here showing their support for President Trump. But one anecdote this morning was that the police actually cleared this entire area out, kicking all the media outlets, including our cameramen, out from this area, saying that they're basically examining a potential object that's suspicious here. But that lasted for like an hour-ish before they actually removed the lift and let us back in. So yes, nothing so far happening here that's dangerous or risky. And we know that the local police said that they do have full preparation for anything that could come up here at this courthouse. But so far, we're just seeing a very normal scene here. Kelly.
All right, Iris reporting from Miami in front of the courthouse. Iris, of course, is our White House correspondent for NTD. And Epoch TV host Roman Balmakov is covering the protests there as well. He's around the courthouse. And I can see you there, Roman. Tell me about the crowd there and what you have been experiencing.
Right here, if you want to pan this way a little bit, that right there is the federal courthouse. Trump came in maybe like 20, 30 minutes ago through a back entrance. Everybody's looking this way, hoping to see him. But this guy looks shocked because he thought he was going to see him, but he's not because he actually came in a side way. So as you can see behind here, a couple of maybe 100 protesters here. You got mostly pro-Trump crowd, maybe like 90-10 pro-Trump versus anti-Trump. However, realistically, it's like 50-50 media protesters, more media here than anybody else. Let's go talk to some people. Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, I speak English, pero viva Trump.
Viva Trump. Pro-Trump. Can I ask you a question, sir? Well, no English. Oh, no English? A lot of Spanish-speaking people here. I'd love to ask him a question. Can I ask you a question?
I was a political prisoner in Cuba.
Really?
So I really know them. And the president, he can have all the documents, okay, and declassify all the documents as president. But when Biden was senator, he wasn't allowed to do that. So, and here we're starting to have the same things that we were having in Cuba, even though perhaps you don't believe it, but it's starting, okay? And that's why we don't want. And then we want to be free. I don't have a place to go after this country because most of the countries are communist, And I went through a lot in Cuba. I was a minor, and they didn't care that I was a minor when I went to prison. And they gave me 6 years, my sister 9, and then after, my husband 11, and then he escaped by Guantanamo Bay.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. So a lot of Cubans here. If you come back to us in about 30 minutes, we'll give you some more updates on more people. Otherwise, right now, back in the studio to you.
Roman Balmakov reporting from outside of the Miami courtroom where the former President of the United States has been arraigned. Joining us now is Horace Cooper, chairman of the Project 21 National Advisory Board. Horace, good for you to join us, and my colleagues, of course, Tiffany Meyer and Steve Lance. Got to start with that lady there on the ground in Miami, a Cuban immigrant to the United States, and what she said is her own story. In America, people like to hear their own stories. Her story was that many Americans do not believe the encroachment of the United States by anything regarding communism or socialism, but she painted a very vivid picture of what it was like for her as a child growing up in Cuba and no doubt finding her freedom here in the United States. She said, "Where do I go after America?"
Well, there's absolutely no doubt here that there's a real concern that many Americans have about this idea of weaponizing the Department of Justice or using the law enforcement and investigative authorities' powers to target political opponents. Our Constitution explicitly gives a pardon power to our president. Implicit in the concept of a pardon power is the idea that not every trial, not every conviction is appropriate and justified. We live in a rule of law regime. That's exactly what we want to have. But the mere fact that someone is targeted, the mere fact that someone is indicted, or even the mere fact that they are convicted is not a justification for making the claim that this person ought to be treated like a pariah. This president, Mr. Biden, really could help unite our country. Speak to that woman and say, I will not allow this trial to go forward. I'm ordering my Attorney General to stop these proceedings. The American people know that we have gotten the documents that we say that we want, and they can make their own judgment about this president, or this former president.
Horace, we are so divided as a nation. And, there are conservatives and liberals. There are blacks and whites. And in between, Latinos, Hispanics, Asian Americans, Native Americans. When we look at this case, does it epitomize, is it a microcosm of the concerns and the fears that people have on all sides and not being able to find a way to find common ground in order to resolve our differences?
Well, the problem here is this. This individual, Donald J. Trump, for 4 years was able to look at and be trusted to look at all of these documents, could look at them as often as he wanted, could discuss them with anyone while he was president. He's now being charged with keeping the very types of documents that he could regularly look at. There are many Americans, and you ask us about this division, there are many Americans who wonder, well, isn't it curious? Have any other presidents ever kept documents? Oh, wait, this happened with Mr. Biden. This happened with Mr. Obama. This happened with Mr. Vice President Pence. This happened with Mr. Clinton. We didn't see this kind of outworking. On the other hand, there are some who say, I hate this man. He is my enemy. Anything. We'll treat him like Al Capone. Anything you can get him with, they are fine with. And that reveals that divide. But at the end of the day, the courts are going to have to resolve this. And it's my hope that as the courts began to break this indictment apart, that the American people can put aside whatever personal predilections that they might have about it.
Horace, if I could just chime in, you raise a very interesting point. You paint a vivid picture to the fact that former President Trump, for those 4 years, those very documents, was able to review them and hold them and talk about them. And some might argue we were safer then than we are now. So why the big fuss is one point. I want to go back to the Cuban woman that just spoke, and she made a point where she said that Biden as senator, President Biden as senator, had documents. And, former President Trump was the president of the United States. Speak to the underlying crime here and potentially a double standard.
So one of the issues that people may not be focusing on, during the first impeachment of Donald Trump, a whistleblower said Donald Trump was violating America's policy on Ukraine. If you read the Constitution in Article 2, it's the president that sets policy. And the president can change his mind about policies. Barack Obama ran as president, and he said that he supported marriage between a man and a woman. After being president, he changed his mind and announced that he supported same-sex marriage. The president sets policy. The whistleblower said Mr. Trump isn't supporting Ukraine policy. Well, we now have the archivists that are saying something very similar. Mr. Trump isn't supporting the executive authority that he had and that the Constitution gives him to be able to ascertain which documents can be shared, which documents and what fashion can they be declassified. The archivist doesn't set the policy, the president sets the policy. Again, as Kelly points out, I think it's part of this divide that we have in America where it isn't so much the specific details, it's one side, I've got to get him. And the other side looks by as a bit astonished because there are other examples that we can quickly look at, and they argue, well, we didn't act that way with those.
Horst, stick around, keep the seat warm. You're going to be with us for a moment, and we want to get back with you. Right now, we want to go to Washington, D.C. Capitol Hill correspondent Melina Weiskopf is with us right now, and we want to ask you, she's actually following the House Oversight Committee investigation. So, Melina, what are you hearing on Capitol Hill right now as it relates to the former President of the United States being arraigned now in a Miami federal courthouse?
Right. So another argument that Republicans are making, other than the fact that they say this is a two-tier justice system, they're also pointing to the current oversight investigation into the Biden family, pretty much pointing fingers, saying that why isn't the DOJ and the FBI paying as much attention to Biden's family's business dealings as they are to Trump's handling of classified material. And just quickly, a latest update on that oversight committee. They subpoenaed Devin Archer, who is a longtime former business associate of Hunter Biden. They want to compel him to come give a testimony to speak about Biden's business dealings overseas. So that's the latest on the Oversight Committee's investigation there. And as I mentioned, this is kind of the way Republicans are arguing back, saying, hey, look over here, you all are so focused on former President Trump's handling of classified documents, but you're not paying as much attention as maybe you should be to the Biden family's business dealings. Of course, we know last week the FBI granted the Oversight Committee's access to go and view some bank records related to this issue. So this is definitely going to be an ongoing issue. And as this Trump indictment issue plays out, we can continue to expect to see Republicans trying to shed light on this other issue with the current sitting president. Now, as for some other action in Congress relating specifically to Trump's arraignment today, we haven't seen any specific calls from leadership to hold counsel Jack Smith to subpoena him or have him come and testify. We have not seen that specifically. That's something that we could see play out with Chairman of the Judiciary Jim Jordan. But speaking of him, last week, immediately after that indictment was announced, Jim Jordan gave the DOJ a June 16th deadline to hand over documents related specifically to the search warrant of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. So that's something that they're going to be continuing to look at. Jack Smith could play a role in this a little bit later, but this is how Congress has reacted so far. Kelly, back to you.
Melina, we thank you for that update from Capitol Hill there in Washington. And joining us now online is Jane Hampton Cook, presidential historian and author of War of Lies. Jane, it's good of you to join us right now. I wanted to, along with my esteemed colleagues, Steve and Tiffany, as well as Howard, we'd like to talk to you right now about what you see historically in regard to this federal indictment and arraignment of the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. We've never seen this before in history.
That's correct. This is unprecedented in presidential history. We've never seen a former president arrested and arraigned and charged federally, for sure. And so this is not something that our founders expected. Their concerns were about bribery and corruption. That's why the impeachment clause includes the word bribery in it. Our founders were more worried about a president accepting money from a foreign source and that putting undue influence on him. And George Washington told Lafayette, the Marquis de Lafayette, in 1788, after they had we'd gotten our Constitution, he said, look, if someone is, guilty of treason or bribery, then they're in their last stage of corruption. of political corruption. And so that's what the founders were focused on. You know what the founders did with their papers? They took them home with them. And then their family members put them in books and let universities publish them. So tracing back to the very beginning, most presidents have taken their papers with them. And it's only been in modern history since we've had the presidential libraries and presidential museums have we developed this classification system and that kind of thing, and it's been more formalized. And so, what I don't understand is why is the Presidential Records Act not mentioned in this indictment? I think that that's really the law that governs these kinds of issues when presidents, have papers that they need. And I recently read an autobiography of George W. Bush, and I looked back and he presented in his autobiography 3 different war plans that the military gave him after 9/11. And those had to have been classified originally, right? And so the archives knows that presidents need documents like that to be able to write their memoirs. And so this certainly is out of the norm for the way we've done things in the past.
Jane, stay right there. I want to bring in Horace. And Horace, I had a slip of the tongue there and actually renamed you Howard. Apologies for that. But I know you still love me.
I do.
Okay, all right. So Horace, getting back to what we just heard Jane talk about historically, she did mention the Constitution. That is a pretty important document that is the foundation of this nation. So can you elaborate on what she stated there?
So our founders intended for there to be an energetic executive, a president to lead the country and to be able to set policy. The Constitution gives that person the authority to act as president up until the point that a new president raises his hand and swears fealty to our Constitution. There are commentators who are claiming that while the man is still president, a month before, 2 weeks before the end, maybe a day before it ends, that there needs to be a monitor present to assist him in gathering and assessing which documents are appropriate for him to take or not. That's a misreading of our Constitution. Up until the new president starts, the old president is president. He can still declassify, he can still review, he can still make assessments. And what we've gotten here into, again, is this idea that the bureaucracy is the better judge of what the policy should be, and not remembering that our founders created a document called the Constitution, and it makes the acts of the president primary.
And Jane, if you're online, if I can jump in right here, you mentioned the Presidential Records Act, which is not mentioned in the indictment. Instead, they're charging him under something called the Espionage Act. So give us the historical sense of when these acts came into existence and their purposes.
Well, my understanding is that the Espionage Act came into play during World War I. And of course, we were concerned as a country about, we were at war with Germany, so we were concerned about espionage and people stealing secrets and giving them over to the enemy, to Germany. That's what the Espionage Act was for. That was the context in which it was born. But then you have World War II happens, and then FDR becomes the first president to have a presidential library and museum after his death and presidency. So you begin this presidential library system. And so you've seen almost every president since then has had a presidential library. There was a dispute with Nixon and his papers, which led to the Presidential Records Act because of Nixon's resignation. So in 1978, the Presidential Records Act was signed by Jimmy Carter, and then that has governed presidents starting with Ronald Reagan ever since. And it's not a criminal statute. So a dispute under the under the Presidential Records Act is civil. It's not criminal. And that's why, as Horace has pointed out, pointing to the Constitution, that's why we need to really be, why we're seeing an unequal application of the law. We're not seeing a consistency among political figures, modern political figures.
Horace, we'll go to you. As a former constitutional law professor, if you could sort of expound on what Jane said, and do you think the Presidential Records Act may actually supersede the Espionage Act?
So The failure to include this statute, the Presidential Records Act, is endemic to understanding the overreach of this indictment. It is a civil dispute as to which documents ought to be retained by the president and which documents ought to be relinquished. Now, the true fact is, had this remained a civil matter, this may have gone on for 5 or 6 years. And it's not obvious that all of those documents that were collected by subpoena would be retained by the archivist. That process would work itself out. It is apparently a matter of fortitude. That's the word I'm looking for. Fortitude on the part of the special counsel. I will force you to your knees and acknowledge that I, representing the Department of Justice and the archivist, have the primary say over what is to happen. And so instead of allowing that process to go back and forth, the former president, is a very wealthy man, and he could afford to hire great lawyers, and this, as I say, could have gone for a while. That is something that our system allows. You can be O.J. Simpson, a wealthy man, you're accused of a heinous crime, you hire the dream team. Our system allows it. We don't say, oh, wait a second. If OJ's accused, then we're going to stop the entire process and change it so that we can guarantee a conviction. This is what's happening here, and the failure to acknowledge the role and the primacy of the Presidential Records Act is quite revealing.
I got to ask you both, Jane and you, is this something that could have been avoided? Chris Christie, of course, who is running for president of the United States, as you both are aware, the former governor of New Jersey, former close friend of Donald Trump, stated that this is something that could have been avoided had Donald Trump willingly handed over those records rather than holding on to them as if they were his own property. Jane, I'll begin with you from a historical perspective.
Well, I think a president looks at those records, as part of his presidency. And it's really, my understanding of the Presidential Records Act is that it gives a lot of latitude to the president on what he considers to be his records, because they do use them for memoir writing and things like that. And to recall, to remember, there's a lot of things that happens during a presidency. And to be able to go back to the papers that help you remember dates and facts, and like, oh yes, it was that date that I received this briefing, and this was my conclusion, and this informed my policy over here, and that type of thing. I think it seems to me that former Governor Christie is playing politics with this, which is really no surprise, because that's what I think is governing a lot of what's behind this. But really, there was a case in 2012, the Clinton socks drawer case. There were 79 tapes that President Clinton recorded during his presidency. Some of it included phone calls he had with other leaders. It was to help President Clinton remember what happened during his presidency. Judicial Watch sued for those records. They said they had to be part of the presidential records that were turned over to the archives, and the government lost that case. Judicial Watch lost that case. And the judge said that, hey, that President Clinton can keep those records. They don't have to go over into the archives. And that just shows you the latitude in the most recent case law about this area of conflict.
All right, Horace, we're running out of time for this particular segment, so real quickly, your response to my question and based on what Jane's answer was.
So we don't know what the particular documents involved, what they covered. Some of the president's allies believe that there were documents that showed that there had been major misrepresentations about presidential policies, and these records were clearly revealing. The Durham report makes very clear that there were a lot of fake, false, or lying efforts on the part of this administration, on the part of the Trump administration. It's very possible that he wanted to retain documents so that he could continue to make sure the record about his achievements were able to be supported.
Fascinating discussion. It will no doubt continue for the foreseeable future. Jane Cook, I want to thank you so much, my friend, for joining us and for your insights. Always good to see you. And Horace, of course, we're going to be seeing you throughout the program, later in the program. Again, Jane and Horace, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll continue with much more in just a moment.
A former president of the United States for the first time in history.
The public will see here as a former president is now indicted.
They indicted a former president who is now running for president as though it's like just another day in the park.
Did he do something wrong? What was it? His liberty is at stake. This is going to be the biggest challenge of his life.
Consistent accountability. Do we have that in our justice system?
Officers were injured. You've heard nothing about that on mainstream media. And I said, are you going to treat these two cases the same? He refused to answer my question. Said he hadn't even heard of or knew that the Department of Interior had been raided.
If it could happen to us, it could happen to you.
Physical assassinations are much messier these days. So you assassinate by narrative.
There was a time in America when both parties were patriotic. Your efforts were to win a general election, not to put the opposition in jail or ruin them financially or destroy them.
I've stated multiple times that if laws were broken, then people that broke those laws need to be held accountable. But there shouldn't be, we're going to have one standard for January 6th people who walked into the Capitol, and we're going to have another standard for those liberal environmentalist activists who stormed the Department of Interior. I held up a picture in a Judiciary Committee hearing and asked AG Garland that specific question. Here's a picture of January 6th. Here's a picture of leftist environmentalists storming into the Department of Interior. Officers were injured. Officers had to go to the hospital. You've heard nothing about that on mainstream media. And I said, are you going to treat these two cases the same? He refused to answer my question. Said he hadn't even heard of or knew that the Department of Interior had been raided.
Federal building. Would you call both of these acts domestic terrorism?
Look, I'm not going to comment about particular matters.
As we sit here today, we all know what's happening with the January 6th people. But nothing has happened to any of these individuals after asking repeatedly to this DOJ.
I subscribed to Epoch Times some time ago, and once I cannot help but fall on a title called How Humankind Came to Be. It just makes you realize that we're a speck of sand on a beach.
When I finished that article, I had tears of joy.
When I read it, I was like, wow, because it resonated with me.
It hit me. I felt like, yeah, that's what I think too, you know? I really kind of enjoyed reading the part about the karma, you know, working off the bad karma.
That spoke to me in a language different than you hear in traditional biblical discourse, but the essence is the same.
It gave hope that there is a presence, there is a force.
Look into it. It feels like the right thing to do.
$300 million jobs globally could be impacted by artificial intelligence.
TikTok could undermine the very essence of American sovereignty.
It's not about what the companies actually do, it's about playing the game. Where do you see safe spots in the market? Inflation surged the most, 311,000. The largest bank failures, the Twitter files. What's driving up the demand for gold? Joining me right here every weekday for your latest business news.
Welcome back. It's now 3 o'clock. This is when Trump's arraignment in front of the judge is scheduled to be. He entered the courtroom just about 10 minutes ago. One of Trump's attorneys, Alina Habba, who's not working on this case, just spoke in front of crowds gathering near the courthouse. She said Trump is feeling defiant and that the case is a, quote, blatant and unapologetic weaponization of the criminal justice system. She also mentioned that the targeted prosecution of a leading political opponent is the type of thing we see in dictatorships like Cuba and Venezuela. We've also heard reports that Kari Lake, a high-profile Trump ally from Arizona, is joining the crowds in Miami. Let's check in with our reporters on the ground there. First, Iris, NTD's Iris Tao at the federal courthouse in Miami right now. Iris, what's happening there? Have we seen anything latest on Trump?
So yes, as Sue just mentioned, Trump entered the courtroom about just 10 minutes ago, beginning his arraignment process. And the latest update we got here is that special counsel Jack Smith is actually sitting at his arraignment in that courtroom as well. So we know that Jack Smith is the one who last week announced the unsealing of the indictment document and coming out to speaking to the American public, calling on them to read this indictment, saying how serious all these charges are. So he's also there. And of course, he has promised that the Justice Department would try to seek a speedy trial in the Trump case. We also know that also happening in that courtroom will be the judge reading the charges to Trump himself, and then Trump will then enter a plea, which is expected to be a not guilty plea. We know that these charges, as specified by special counsel Jack Smith last week, will potentially include allegations that Trump willfully retained classified documents on national defense information, as well as conspired to obstruct justice and made false statements. But yes, Trump is pleading not guilty and maintaining that he has done nothing wrong and that he has declassified all these documents while he was the president. And of course, he's also calling out what he calls a two-tiered political justice system. So as we still wait here for more information to come out of that courtroom, in which photographs or recordings are not allowed, we can do a quick recap of what Trump is going to do right after this. So right after this arraignment finishes, which we expect to be quick, he's going to head back to New Jersey and make his speech tonight at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time, in which we do expect to hear more from Trump himself about what he thinks about this whole indictment, as well as what happened today. Tiff.
Iris, thank you for that. And with us now in studio is political strategist Jason Meister. Jason, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So given all these latest developments, we're seeing a lot of candidates in this 2024 race. How do you see this arraignment in Miami impacting that?
Yeah, look, I've been saying this for quite some time. I think this only makes Trump stronger. I think this really creates an unbelievable power, because it's whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You can't say that about DeSantis. You can't say that about Chris Christie. You can't say that about any of the candidates that are running against President Trump. And it's so obvious that the establishment wants to get rid of this man because he continues to put the American people first, whereas the establishment continues to put the American people last. There's no more obvious case than this. It's a years-long political persecution. They spied on his campaign, as you know, from Russiagate and the Russia hoax. They sabotaged his administration. They framed a 3-star general. And they sought to undermine a sitting U.S. president, and now they're weaponizing a Department of Justice to imprison their political opposition and get him off the campaign trail. And that is unfortunate because America is really on trial right now. In my opinion, the constitutional republic that this country has is on trial right now. It's not just about Donald Trump, it's about our Constitution and our republic.
And how do you see this impacting the other Republican candidates especially? It seems almost they have to talk about this or back Trump. If they criticize him, he'll use that, lump it together in terms of criticizing this case. We do have Chris Christie calling these self-inflicted wounds. So how do you see this playing out for those candidates?
Yeah, so this morning I saw that Vivek Ramaswamy was out there talking about this, explaining what this means for America, justice, freedom, honesty, truth. And I think that every candidate that's running for office, and by the way, not just Republicans, but Democrats, should be out there speaking against this. I think it disqualifies you to be running for president and not speaking out against this. Whether you like Trump, you hate Trump, or you love Trump, it doesn't matter. This is the rule of law we're talking about. This is justice in America. And if they're going to try to make what really is a civil dispute over records that this president declassified, and they're going to want to put him in jail so that he rots in prison and dies in prison, that is not the America that I know, and I hope that it's not the America that this becomes.
So as you look at this case then, I've been asking this question since we started, an hour and 9 minutes ago, getting on air. The divide in America is palpable. This case highlights that even more. What do we have to do, in your opinion, to go into the core and the fabric of our rule of law and our judicial system and our system as a government, as a constitutional republic, in order to heal the brokenness in America?
Yeah, I've thought about this, and it's a great question. I think one of the things that we need to do as a country is we need to examine our intelligence agencies, our FBI, our CIA, our Department of Justice, and make sure that there isn't this two-tier system of justice, which is so obvious. You know, Joe Biden as senator took documents home. He had no authority to declassify them. You know, Hillary Clinton and her emails, she, bleach-blit them into oblivion, 33,000 of them. They were all treated differently than this president. And I think that if they can do this to a president who had over 75 million voters, what does that say that they can do to the average American citizen like you and me? So I think that this is something that should be examined at the highest levels of our intelligence agencies so that we can prevent this from ever happening again. I think that that is the most important issue that's facing our country right now, is dealing with that and the fact that our intelligence agencies have been weaponized against the American people.
Speaking of the Department of Justice, I mean, there's no question there's good people, there's bad people, there's bad apples everywhere. But I want to bring up some sound for us, get your reaction to it. We have Special Counsel Jack Smith at the press conference after the indictment was unsealed last Friday.
We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone. Applying those laws, collecting facts, that's what determines the outcome of an investigation. Nothing more and nothing less.
So it's so obvious that this is not the case. We don't have one set of laws that applies to everyone. Clearly, we don't have that. As I just pointed out, Joe Biden as senator, Hillary Clinton, oh, by the way, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. I'm sure if you go to his home in Martha's Vineyard, there's boxes of records there as well. So Jack Smith is making a political statement when he says that. There's no truth behind it.
And to your point, Hillary Clinton's emails subpoenaed, destroyed, essentially obstructing justice right there.
That's right, on her homebrew basement server in Chappaqua, no less. So these are people that have put all of their records in vulnerable places like a Corvette or a garage, and there was no 5 a.m. raid with CNN outside. This is clearly laws being applied to Donald Trump and no one else. And I think it's a very scary time in this country. It's a dark time in this country for this type of lawfare to be happening.
And so we just heard that Trump has pleaded not guilty to all the charges as expected. And given this political fallout that we've been talking about, what are the candidates' calculations now going forward? How will they take this?
Yeah, look, I think many of the candidates that have stepped in the ring have been banking on, unfortunately, that this would happen, that he would be boggled down with lawsuits, that he would potentially be imprisoned. And I think that was a gross miscalculation. It was a gross political miscalculation because you're still living in the Trump era. And I don't understand even Ron DeSantis, for example. This man would have been a shoo-in in 2028 had he supported President Trump and stood by him. And I'm not even talking about from a loyalty perspective. I'm talking about from DeSantis' political instincts perspective. I think it was very, very unfortunate that he did this because this is not going to bode well for him because President Trump is going to be found not guilty, in my opinion. And I don't think this will serve Ron DeSantis or any other candidate running for Republican on the Republican ticket, in my opinion. I think this will have a complete opposite effect of what they had intended or thought that it was going to happen.
And you know, Tristan, you're not the only one with that kind of opinion that he will be found not guilty. Many prominent attorneys that I've spoken to, they've stated that while the indictment could, quote unquote, as Bill Barr, the former Attorney General under Donald Trump once stated, it's very damning and very telling. But they've gone on to say Jack Smith has a burden of proof in a court of law. And from the outside looking in, many of these attorneys are saying they're not sure that he can deliver.
Yeah. No, I don't think he can deliver. I don't think that they ever actually thought they could deliver. I think this was more of trying to do a political indictment in the court of public opinion as opposed to the court of law. And I think that it will be ineffective in the court of public opinion because Americans, no matter whether they like Trump or don't like Trump, I don't believe that Americans in their soul, in their deepest soul, I don't believe that they look at this and they don't see this as they see this as an injustice. And I think they hate injustice. Whether they are for that candidate or not, they're Americans. And I think that Americans don't like to see an injustice happen, whether it's to Barack Obama or Donald Trump. I don't think that Americans like to see this type of injustice.
We have a very lively discussion. Let's pause it really quickly. We're going to go to Melina Weisskopf on Capitol Hill. Melina, there's been a different messaging approach from House and Senate Republicans. What can you tell us? And has Senate Leader Mitch McConnell commented on this today?
Yeah, Tiff, so I will get into the way Senator McConnell commented just an hour ago, a little bit later, but I do want to start with something that just happened. So freshman Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who was endorsed by former President Trump when he was running his campaign, he actually took to the floor vowing to hold up Biden's Department of Justice nominations because of the Trump arraignment. I'll read you specifically what J.D. Vance said. He said, if Merrick Garland wants to use these officials to harass Joe Biden's political opponents, we will grind his department to a halt. Now, that's similar to what we've heard from some House Republicans. We heard Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday on the House floor calling to defund Jack Smith's special counsel. As far as McConnell's comments about an hour ago, as expected, he refused to comment on it, specifically saying that he didn't want to comment on the 2024 presidential primary field. And even as reporters continuously asked him to comment on the indictment itself, he refused to comment on that as well. That's not surprising considering how McConnell has spoken of Trump in the past. He has, in the past specifically criticized Trump in public, so his withholding of comments here is definitely expected. But there are some Republican senators, aside from leadership, who have spoken out against the indictment. Lindsey Graham says he takes issue with the Espionage Act charges specifically. And although some of those Republican senators who are defending Trump have made comments similar to that, J.D. Vance's step today, vowing to block those DOJ nominations, is the first real bold action that we've seen on the Senate side as far as their reaction to the arraignment today.
Melina, thank you for that update. And actually joining us online now is A. Scott Bolden, former Assistant District Attorney for New York. Good to see you again. What are the main differences between this and the New York case? We also had you on for that one. Walk us through that.
Well, these are federal charges, not state charges. The federal charges involve very serious espionage charges, as well as obstruction of justice and conspiracy to obstruct justice. At the state level, many Republicans and others make a big deal about Stormy Daniels, but the New York case is about business fraud, some 30 plus counts. And so that indictment is not a speaking indictment. It's very matter of fact, and it'll be very easy to prove those charges against him. That trial is set in April or March for next year. Here, I have not heard yet what the trial date is being set or the discovery schedule is. But this involves national security and the retention of national defense documents. This is harm or threat of harm against our national security, despite the politics connected to it being Donald Trump, a former president. I think those are the main differences I take away.
And on the note of it being a speaking indictment, some have pointed out that that section took place in New Jersey, whereas the trial right now is in Miami, and that wouldn't be used there. And some are arguing that this is now a trial by media. What do you make of that?
Well, anything involving Trump is going to be a trial or an event by media. He's captivated this country and the media and politics since 2016. If they've chosen the wrong district, the defense counsel will file motions to say that West Palm Beach, which is the actual federal district court located, that it has to be transferred to New Jersey or transferred even to Washington, D.C., look for the defense to file those types of motions to try to either delay the trial or have the indictment dismissed by the court, in which the feds could go and re-indict him, if you will. But that would be up to the defense counsels to file their motions.
I want to zoom in on that. How did this end up in Miami as opposed to New Jersey or D.C.?
Well, the obstruction of justice, the Supreme Court has ruled that if you're going to indict someone or convict them for obstruction of justice, you have to bring the lawsuit or you have to bring the criminal case. DOJ has to bring that case in the jurisdiction where it occurred. And so based on the indictment, it looks like the majority of these bad acts, that is the cover-up, if you will, took place in Florida at Mar-a-Lago. Now, there may be other locations where bad acts occurred, but it'll be interesting to see whether the court will accept jurisdiction on those other matters or whether there'll be an agreement between the parties in the court that those two can be heard. I think they can be heard because the federal court has broad jurisdiction over these issues, and it would be against judicial economy for them to not try some charges here and try others elsewhere simply because the bad acts did not occur. We'll have to see how that plays out.
And now there's also talks of the judge overseeing it right now, at least. Eileen Cannon is a Trump-appointed judge. Some have said that could be a conflict of interest. What's your take?
No conflict of interest, at least not a legal one. There's one perceived because she handled the civil case and was overturned by the 11th Circuit when she determined that they had to have an independent arbiter for that. That was in regard to how these documents were going to be reviewed and how they were going to be treated. That was a civil proceeding. We now have a criminal proceeding where the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, has brought these criminal charges against Trump for covering up or refusing to turn over these documents. That's not a conflict there. What I would look out for, though, is how is she going to manage the case? Because when you've been reversed twice by the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals, you're going to cross your T's and dot your I's. I don't think it matters that she was a Trump appointee. We'll be on the lookout for that. She'll be under scrutiny to see whether she's given any lenient rulings without proper justification. But my dad was a retired judge before he passed away. I've appeared in federal courts all around this country. Whoever appoints you, there's a judicial canon of ethics, and I believe in whether they're Republican appointed or Democrat appointed, most judges try to do the right thing, even if they may come down with a conservative or a very liberal ruling.
And I want to jump in on the conspiracy charges here. In the indictment, we also have Walt Nauta facing charges. Is the hope there that he will turn on Trump?
Well, that's interesting because we haven't been talking a lot about Walt Nauta, at least in the sense on whether he's going to turn. Well, we've talked about him turning and flipping, but he wouldn't have been indicted if he had turned and became a cooperating witness. So now your analysis has to go beyond that and say you have two co-defendants who are facing very serious charges under the same indictment. They work together. They travel together. Are they going to be comparing notes with one another? They certainly should not be. But more importantly, are you going to have one trial or two trials? Because each of them have a Fifth Amendment right to be to not speak in open court or to make any admissions against themselves. But in a lot of criminal cases, you have two separate trials by motion of the defendants because they don't want to be in the same courtroom because one may wind up testifying against the other, which would violate the non-testifying defendant's Fifth Amendment protection. And so look for that to be a real big issue in this case moving forward.
Hey, Scott, if I could get your thoughts. Steve here. Steve Lance, it's great to see you again. When it comes to the indictment, if you could sort of paint the picture to the non-legal eye, you know, to be honest, when I first read it, it kind of blows you back a little bit. How much of it is bluster and how much of it is substance, and what do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a speaking indictment because it's the president and because of the political overtones that come with that. He's in the middle of running for re-election or election as president. But the detail is important to beat back the perception that this is some type of political prosecution. let's agree that Donald Trump drives every criminal and civil and regulatory narrative he's found himself in. He's in the middle of it. And the only ones that are all in the middle of all of these bad acts or alleged bad acts is Donald Trump. Secondly, and more importantly, if we're going to use the criminal justice system that no one is above the law, then you'll see in these trials and this criminal justice system could care less about politics. Prosecutors have the discretion to bring these charges, right? At the same time, though, the criminal justice system protects every defendant. Donald Trump is innocent right now, and the protections procedurally and substantively when it comes to trial, or if it comes to trial, that will protect Donald Trump's rights. The political rhetoric in this case is just not political reality. The criminal justice system is that reality, and Donald Trump's going to live with that reality in New York as well as in Florida.
I just want to bring it back in studio here, and our guest Jason Meister's with us. Jason, react to some of what A. Scott has been talking about, and what was your first thought when you read the indictment?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of language in there. It's longer than I think it ever needed to be. I think there could have been a much more concise, matter-of-fact indictment. But I think what the interesting thing is that he has this case now in South Florida, and I think that he will have a jury, more of a jury of his peers than he would in the event that it was in D.C. or New York. I don't think that Donald Trump could have a fair trial in a blue area like New York or in D.C. In my opinion, I think that you had some guests on, or some people that were talking that were actually at the courthouse in South Florida, and they were saying they came from communist countries. They understand where we're going and where we're headed, and I think that you will find jurors on this jury that will see this for what it is, and I think that he will get a fair trial in South Florida.
Let me ask Scott a question if he's still with us there. Scott, if you're still there, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is that there's been a lot of talk about the rule of law and then claims that the weaponization of the FBI, the DOJ. You've been practicing law through your father's eyes as a child growing up, watching your father-in-law practice law, becoming a judge. Are you concerned about America's legal system based on these trials that are coming forward right now? Can we protect this constitutional republic?
I certainly hope so. When Donald Trump was indicted for espionage charges, there was no glory or glee for me as a Democratic lawyer. I'd be honest with you, I was very disappointed and sad. Not only with Donald Trump's alleged bad conduct, but I was disappointed that we had come to this kind of body politic in this country where, whether Trump did it or not, that the rule of law and that no one is above the law, it has come to this, if you will. I do think Donald Trump could get a fair trial in Florida or a blue state. And the reason I say that is because the voir dire system certainly is the best in the world. It's the best criminal justice system we have for protection of defendants' rights. And remember, all Donald Trump, whether it's New York, D.C., or Florida, all he needs is one holdout, because you need a unanimous vote to convict. And while you may not have a unanimous vote, but all you need is one holdout, that one holdout, no matter how much they may hide their political leanings, Democrat or Republican, most juries try to do the right thing. But if you get one holdout, he's not convicted. And that's a victory for the defense, and it'll be a victory for Donald Trump. So the burden on the government is major, whether it's New York or in this federal case. It is huge, and it's not easy to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hey, Scott Bolden, thank you for that. We'll be tuning in with you shortly later in the program. In the meantime, we will be taking a quick break, but we will have a lot more analysis on President Trump's federal indictment when we come back.
Thank you.
I think Congress does have a role if the Department of Justice is specifically targeting a candidate. That's where, Jim Jordan and the Judiciary Committee need to hold the DOJ accountable.
You just had the Obama administration's Attorney General Eric Holder, who said that when President Trump gets elected, he should be impeached by the Democrats. The idea is that demonstrates that they actually have a real concern that President Trump's actually going to come back into office in 24, and I truly believe that. This is being utilized as a political weaponized tool to try and go after your adversaries or your opposition. And this is something that you don't see unless you're in countries like China or Russia or other communist-based countries where you utilize your own government to try and vilify your opposition, and that's exactly what's happening here.
There is a rule of law,
The president will be held to that standard. The former president will be held to that standard. There is a process for this. He will be treated like any other defendant and given his opportunity to make his case in court. But the allegations are incredibly troubling. And the fact that House Republicans continue to try to come to his rescue just blows our mind, quite honestly.
We all know, no matter how you feel about it, that there is an unequal application of the law going on here. And that is without question. You can talk about both Clintons, Bill and Hillary. You can talk about Joe Biden when he was a U.S. Senator taking classified documents. You can talk about him with being a vice president taking classified documents. And I do not see any reporter or special counsel or investigator or the DOJ going, at warp speed to bring an indictment. But in this case, they do.
This was from years ago with Burisma. And when they say paid Biden, the first question that's going to be asked, which Biden? Multiple Bidens. Jamie Comer's committee has shown we're getting millions of dollars from shell corporations. Again, where's that public raid? Did you see a raid on Joe Biden's garage? Did you see a raid on Hillary's server? She wasn't president of the United States, and she had classified documents on a server that she destroyed, almost kind of jokes about it now because she knows that she's going to be treated differently.
Well, again, it's like everything else with President Trump. They indict, they accuse, but eventually nothing really comes of it, and I think it's the same kind of thing. And so I want to know, candidly, why they're not investigating Joe Biden, all the money it's involved, all the things we were finding out about he and his family.
Well, I think we have a constitutional duty to do oversight. We ought to do vigorous oversight. I look at this and I think, Abraham Lincoln was known for putting his rivals on his cabinet to bring the country together. This president, Joe Biden, is going to be known for trying to put his rival in prison and ripping the country apart. I think that's not a very good legacy.
And welcome back to our special coverage of former President Donald Trump's arraignment in Miami, Florida. We have a quick update for you. As Trump's team heard the indictment, Trump reportedly sat with his arms crossed. His lawyer, Todd Blanche, said, quote, "We most certainly enter a plea of not guilty." We're also hearing that special counsel Jack Smith is present in the courtroom, along with his legal team and Walt Nauta and his attorney. And let's check back in with NTD's Iris Tao, who's at the federal courthouse in Miami. Iris, if you're with us, what's the latest there? What are some reactions from the other presidential campaigns, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis?
Of course, Steve. So yes, here we are still outside of the courthouse where the arraignment is still currently ongoing. So at least for now here, we are still seeing a lot of supporters and protesters gathering outside the courthouse, waiting potentially for Trump to come out. And in that courtroom, as you mentioned, Trump is expected to enter a not guilty plea as the judge reads the charges to him. And while we're waiting for Trump, to make a movement and potentially have some news come out from there, let's talk about how other presidential candidates are reacting to this indictment. So of course here we're in Florida. So the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's running for president in 2024, has reacted to the indictment by criticizing it without directly mentioning Trump's name. He basically said that it's not fair and that he demands a one standard of justice in this country. And of course, we also know that this morning, right before Trump was slated to enter this courthouse, another GOP candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy, also was here actually outside of the courthouse and gaggling with us reporters. And he basically said that he too thinks that it's a deeply politicized indictment that should not have happened. And when I asked him what made you come out here, even though Trump is one of your biggest, if not the biggest rival in the 2024 race, he replied to me saying that it's for the truth. He was wearing a hat that says truth on it. So as we see, these two candidates are reacting somewhat in a way that would support Trump, but rather opposing this indictment. But we do hear some opposing voices from the GOP. For example, we see that Chris Christie reacted to it this morning again by calling Trump a loser, and that's after he said that he does not agree that this whole indictment is a weaponization of the DOJ. Of course, we also heard former Alaska Governor Asa Hutchinson, who also said that he actually thinks Trump should drop out of the race because of this second indictment here. So yes, we are hearing a lot of different voices from within the Republican Party, but of course on the Democratic Party side, the current sitting president Joe Biden has refrained from directly commenting on this indictment and saying that he has not talked to the DOJ about this indictment before, nor will he talk to them after. So that's all we know so far about what these candidates are each reacting to Trump's indictment. Of course, we're still waiting here outside the courthouse to see if and when Trump will come out. And of course, he's going to speak tonight, so we're going to hear more about what he thinks of this indictment and as well as about this whole presidential race that's coming up. Steve.
NTD's Iris Tao reporting there. Thank you for that, Iris. Iris, of course, referring to former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. We'll now go to Epoch TV host Bo Davidson covering protests around the courthouse. Bo, if you could tell us what you're seeing.
All right, we are live in Miami at the federal courthouse where Donald Trump appeared for his 37 indictment. So I came across a man, gentlemen, what is your name, sir?
Dominic Santana.
And Dominic, tell me why you came down here to the courthouse today.
Well, I grew up in New York, and I know a con when I see it. And before he was elected, we knew he was a graduate rat from the School of New York with a degree. And he's gotten away with conning the world. He should have been locked up before he became a president. And then after presidency, I can tell you how many times he's gotten away with it. Remember, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Just find me 11,001 vote. Come on, enough is enough. Who are we kidding? Let's call a spade a spade. The guy is a con artist.
And you were telling me earlier that when the president came in his motorcade, you tried to jump over the barricade to get to him. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what were you hoping to accomplish? And tell me what happened in that.
Jump in front of hopefully the vehicle that he was traveling, which was the second Tahoe or Suburban, whatever, you know, those black big things. He was in the second one.
And what happened? Did they tackle you?
Yeah, I was attacking the first one because I broke the line, and then I had like 20 cops just jump on me, and I'm like, okay, guys, don't be rough. I'm just exercising my right. I wanted to get some attention, and I did, and I've gone viral a couple of times already since last night when I did that in Doral, when I greeted him last night. I greeted him last night, and I greeted him today, and I want to catch him on the way out.
Dominic, I got to ask you about, do you think that there's a two-tier justice system? You know, you've seen that, of course, you know, Trump is being indicted for 37 counts for these documents. Do you feel that Joe Biden, in an equivalent sense, has done anything similar in hiding documents or even the $5 million bribery scheme? Do you feel he's at fault at all? Or even Hillary Clinton, for that matter?
Listen, it's a rat race out here. They're all rats, and they're all guilty. That's the facts. And this is the circus, and here I am today with a costume as one of the, and it's like he's going to get away with it.
You do think he'll get away with it?
Absolutely.
You don't think he'll see any jail time?
Maybe house arrest, and let's hope it's not the White House.
But do you think he actually still has a chance of winning and beating Joe Biden in 2024?
He said if he wins, he could serve from jail. So he's setting that up already, you know, and this is all political. He has his spin ready. Let's come on.
Do you think it was political to attack him in the way that this happened at this particular moment?
No, it's been cooking. It's been brewing. It took this time for it to brew.
Do you have a candidate you do want to support in 2024?
None. We don't have anything. We don't have anything.
Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate your time. Thank you. And so we're here still at Miami at the courthouse. Obviously, you heard from Dominic. He's someone who opposes the president, wants him to be in jail for these 37 counts. And we'll just have to see what happens. I would say the distribution of support for Trump versus not support is probably 90-10, 95-5, something like that. So it's interesting to find people like Dominic who have come here to voice their opposition to the president. But let's see what happens. You can obviously, people are still braving this incredible hot day, very humid day. But the president may make an appearance later here. Otherwise, he may be in Bedminster, New Jersey later today. So back to you guys in the studio.
Bo Davidson, excellent reporting, adding some wonderful color there to our lineup. back to the studio now. We have a discussion again with political strategist Jason Meister, who's beside me. A. Scott Bolden joining us remotely, a former prosecutor and white-collar defense attorney. Jason, we'll turn to you right now. How are you processing the support that the former president is getting from his opponents right now in this primary?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, I don't see his opponents supporting him. I mean, like I said earlier, Vivek Ramaswamy was an isolated one, but I think that they've all been banking on the lawfare occurring and him getting imprisoned by Joe Biden's Department of Justice. But I think it's interesting what Dominique was just saying to the Epoch Times reporter. And what came to me is that it's not just our Department of Justice that's been weaponized, but it's the media that's been weaponized. And a lot of these people are victims of this fake news. And they built up this straw man in Donald Trump. They called him an agent of Putin for years. It literally ripped our country apart. It costed us $45+ million. And it was all debunked. It was all a collusion hoax that Hillary Clinton paid for, the Steele dossier, and it ripped our country apart. And it's so unfortunate that there are Americans out there that still believe these things. That's why they want him in prison, because they actually believe what the media reported. If you watch CNN, you read the New York Times, you're going to believe these things because they're still reporting that this is actually what happened, when in fact it's not what happened. That's another big problem in this country, is that we have a media that's telling the American people straight up lies. And that's why I think it's so important for people to go to the Epoch Times and to your network and to seek out information and seek out truth, because there's so much misinformation out there. And so, I mean, even today, we're all talking about Donald Trump, when in reality, Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, we now have evidence that they've taken millions and millions of dollars of bribes. In fact, that's why Donald Trump was impeached, because he was talking about that during his presidency, the fact that that Vice President Joe Biden was essentially made his son into a bagman to collect political graft all around the world from places like Ukraine, Russia, and China. And we should be talking about that story today, not just about this frivolous, ridiculous indictment of President Trump. We should be talking about the fact that our sitting president of the United States took millions and millions of dollars of bribes all around the world. And that should be the news right now, and the media is not talking about it.
Hey, Scott, we're going to go back to you, if we could, to get reaction to Jason. When it comes to the media, the mainstream media, what do you think is their responsibility, maybe culpability, when you do watch, I was watching some of the other networks, the way they're painting the documents being photographed in Trump's basement and shower at Mar-a-Lago, without knowing the background of how secure that Mar-a-Lago club, which was often used in the indictment, focusing on the club like it's open to the public. It's highly secure. You have Secret Service on the perimeter. You have Secret Service in front of the living quarters, where the basement where these were photographed. So things don't necessarily seem to be too clear. But if that's all people are digesting, what is the culpability there of the media?
Well, they're digesting simply more than that, though. I mean, Trump's own people have at least been in the media talking about how unsecure these locations were, notwithstanding the Secret Service. But the issue isn't whether you had the documents secure or not. The issue is that you either took the documents purposefully or otherwise, right? But the 31 of the 37 indictment or counts in the indictment go to what he did to cover it up and to not give them back. That's why Donald Trump is indicted. There's no weaponization of DOJ. Think about this. If DOJ did not indict Donald Trump for all he did with his body person and for all he did with moving the documents, with all he did with his lawyer to avoid turning these documents over, and we did not, quote, weaponize DOJ, what would that say about the rule of law and DOJ? It would say that Donald Trump was above the law. Now, I don't know whether Jack Smith can prove these allegations or not, but there's some pretty serious allegations, and they've got to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump has the protections, if you will, so why didn't he turn them over? Biden turned his back over, Pence turns his back over. They're not indicted, if you will, and every criminal case is different. Barr, under Donald Trump, looked at the allegations against Biden and Hunter Biden and what have you. He didn't bring an indictment against Hunter Biden, and that's a Republican DOJ Attorney General. This Attorney General is looking at Hunter Biden There's a special counsel looking at the president himself. I mean, justice delayed may be justice denied, but the wheels of justice move pretty slowly. So I think it's important that we don't cross over from political rhetoric to what the criminal justice system, and in all fairness, the discretion of DOJ to bring charges. They do have discretion, but every administration is very different. And so politics being where they are, people can disagree without being disagreeable. But I got to tell you, the idea that somehow a president or an administration has weaponized DOJ, those are pretty harsh words for a system and this democracy in this country. And I'm not sure you could prove that if you had to. I think every case is different. And I think we'll just have to let this play out in regard to Donald Trump, as well as the Bidens.
Jason Meister, I have about 20 seconds if you want to react.
Yeah, no, I agree they are harsh words, but I think they're warranted. And everyone up until now has been above the law. This was a Presidential Records Act, not an Espionage Act. Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden as senator, they all took documents and none of this happened to them. So it's totally weaponized in my opinion.
And we'll be back to our discussion in just a moment. Right now we're going to turn our attention to the Capitol. Live we have Congressman Bob Good joining us. Congressman, great to have you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Congressman, if you can hear me here, I know the connection's a little bit tough. You're in the echoey building there. Now, former President Trump, he's been indicted, federal charges this time. It's up the ante. What is the feeling, the consensus right now among the Republican Party in the House of Representatives?
I think there's widespread feeling that this is politicized, this is weaponized government against the president. This demonstrates that no one is safe from a Department of Injustice under Merrick Garland, from a weaponized FBI. There's no way to separate President Trump, how he's being treated, from a disparate level of treatment for Joe Biden. No one seems to be interested at all about the classified documents that were found at his Wilmington home near his Corvette, or his Rehoboth Beach house, or the Penn Biden Center that's funded by tens of millions of dollars from Chinese Communist Party. So no one seems to be concerned about that or asking about that. So I think everyone recognizes that President Trump is being unfairly treated, and that there is no one else as from a political figure who'd be treated the way he has been.
Congressman, I want to get your reaction to the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. No one is above the law, including Donald Trump. This case must be allowed to play out through the legal process without outside political or ideological interference. I encourage supporters and critics of Donald Trump to maintain the peace and let the justice system do its work.
Well, that would seem to be contradicted by the fact of how previous presidents like Obama or Clinton have been treated when they had classified documents in their presence, or for that matter, how Secretary of State Clinton has been treated. To that impact, or to that degree, how about Joe Biden? His days as a senator, we had no ability to accidentally remove classified documents from the SCIF. When you go in as a Congress member or as a senator into the SCIF to review classified documents, you can't take anything with you to record or to take notes, and you could literally not remove anything accidentally. Why is no one concerned about the hundreds of boxes of classified documents dating back to his time as a senator, let alone his time as a vice president? We had no arguable authority, of course, to try to declare things classified by virtue of having been vice president.
And Congressman, Senator J.D. Vance saying that he's ready to hold up proceedings for Biden's nominees. Is there anything that the House of Representatives plans to do as a result of this?
Well, I don't know what we can do specific to the indictment or to the legal process with respect to President Trump. However, what we do need to do is to bring transparency and accountability to the Biden crime family, and why there's so many media outlets who are not at all concerned about a sitting president with an FBI memo that seems to indicate that he received a $5 million bribe, he and another one of his family members, for changing policy as it relates to Ukraine. He bragged himself about getting the Ukrainian prosecutor fired so that and withheld $1 billion of U.S. aid until that was effected. Why are no media outlets, or very few media outlets, actually asking about that with the Biden crime family? Why are they not seeming seemingly interested in the 170 suspicious activity reports with his banking records? Why are they not concerned about the dozens of shell accounts or LLCs that were created to apparently launder money or hide the tracking or the trail of the money trail for the Biden crime family? Why aren't they asking about how the Biden's business relationships with Ukraine, and no one really knows what the Biden's business actually is, what kind of goods or services are provided? Why aren't they asking about how that might have impacted $100 billion being given to Ukraine last year? Or maybe how the Biden family's Chinese business relationships might have impacted how we're treating them now as a competitive partner instead of an adversary as the previous administration did?
Virginia Congressman Bob Good, thank you so much for your time. And we'll turn our attention back to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Turning back to our studio, our conversation with Jason Meister and A. Scott Bolden. A. Scott, if you're with us, we'd like to have you back up for some reaction to the congressman there. What's your take?
Well, the congressman is a political election official. There's been a lot of investigations about the Biden family. I wouldn't call them the crime family. And if those allegations were set forth, the congressman can certainly do the congressional investigation. As I said, the Trump DOJ has investigated this, and they're still under investigation. But every case is different. Let's say you prosecuted the Bidens for all the bad acts. Let's say you prosecuted Hillary Clinton for all the bad acts, right? What does that have to do with whether Donald Trump withheld national defense documents inappropriately from a criminal basis? And you see, that's the bottom line. Every case is different. The other thing I would say is the $5 million payment and all the other allegations about the Biden family vis-a-vis Ukraine, right? Biden wanted the prosecutor gone because he wouldn't investigate corruption. And all of these allegations have been investigated by Republicans as well as Democrats, and there's been no there. The allegations are double hearsay and single hearsay, and if you get behind the investigations, then bring the charges against Biden. I don't think you're going to hear any Democrats saying if the president was a bad actor or Hunter Biden was a bad actor, then bring the charges against them and let the criminal justice system run its course. What Congressman Good is saying, well, you weaponize DOJ, you charge the president, but you haven't charged these other people. Charge them all. Charge them all. And then what are you going to say about Donald Trump if he's convicted by a jury of his peers? So the political rhetoric isn't the real reality here. And I think the political rhetoric, we've got to be very careful when we start throwing allegations out about prosecuting Democrats because you're prosecuting Republicans. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. At least legally it doesn't. Politically, politics is a whole different ballgame.
Jason, I think you do have one side, you have the politicians reacting, but you also have the American people, as Trump likes to say, 70 million of them who voted for him. There's a lot of folks out there that do feel as though there's a two-tiered system of justice, whether it be the fact that it seems as though former President Trump's cases are fast-tracked and Biden's aren't. There's a plethora of reasons why they feel this way. How do you respond?
Yeah, look, there's a reason why they didn't charge Hillary Clinton. There's a reason why they didn't charge Joe Biden. There's a reason why they haven't charged Hunter Biden. There's a reason why Ukraine is at the center of all this, and we continue to send millions and millions and millions of dollars there. It's because the Uniparty and the establishment wants to get rid of one man, and that man is Donald Trump. And the reason why they want to get rid of Donald Trump is because he continues to put the American people first, unlike every one of those other people that they haven't charged. And that's how I see it. I think there are millions of Americans that see it the same way I do, and we'll have to see how this plays out. But I think, again, it's a very unfortunate situation that we're in, and our constitutional republic hangs in the balance.
Jason, in terms of the 2024 presidential race, I've heard some arguments that Democrats actually want Trump to be the nominee, and it seems the argument there is that if he wins the primary, then they're going to take him out in the general election with maybe all of these different legal woes. What's your answer to that?
That sounds like a nice DeSantis talking point. I don't think there's any faith to that argument or anything behind that argument. I think that is political posturing and positioning of other candidates that are running against Donald Trump on the Republican side. I think they fear Donald Trump. I think they fear the MAGA movement that he's created. I think that while you have Donald Trump still there in the race, I don't think that any of these other candidates have a chance, in my opinion. And so I think they're just political posturing and positioning. I don't think there's any merit to that argument.
Well, this is great discussion, and we're happy to be able to bring it to you. Live coverage here of former President Trump's second indictment, this one on federal charges. A. Scott Bolden, Jason Meister, thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate having you both. And we'll be back in just a moment with more live coverage.
A peaceful Florida estate surrounded by palm trees and swimming pools became the scene of an FBI raid on August 8, 2022. Numerous agents descended on the property in search of classified documents that they believed the owner was unlawfully keeping in his possession. The home belongs to former President Donald Trump. At that time, Trump said in a statement, "These are dark times for our nation, as my beautiful home, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, is currently under siege, raided and occupied by a large group of FBI agents." The raid occurred 2 days after Trump hinted at a 2024 presidential run.
But I ran twice, I won twice, and did much better the second time than I did the first, getting millions and millions of more votes than in 2016, and likewise getting more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country by far. And now we may have to do it again. We may have to do it again.
But the raid was just the beginning of what would become a criminal investigation. An investigation led by a special counsel named Jack Smith, who was appointed by the head of the Justice Department, Merrick Garland. After months of probing, Smith announced on Friday an indictment against the former president.
Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States, and they must be enforced.
The 49-page federal indictment charges Trump with 37 felony counts, including violating the Federal Espionage Act and other federal statutes, for allegedly conspiring to obstruct justice, making false statements, and concealing documents. So how did we get here? It all started 4 months after Trump left office in May 2021, when the National Archives notified his lawyers of some missing presidential records. At the end of Trump's term, several boxes of documents had been transported to Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago. The Presidential Records Act establishes that presidential records automatically transfer into the legal custody of the archivist as soon as the president leaves office. But some scholars have said that former presidents can access classified materials from their own administration by just asking for them. And some federal agencies, by law, automatically grant former presidents access to their classified information. Some argue that there isn't a set timeline for when a president has to turn over the records. Trump did send the National Archives 15 boxes of documents, but the archives found some classified documents in the boxes. They immediately notified the Justice Department without telling Trump or his attorneys. Eventually, they did contact Trump's attorneys to tell them that the FBI would be reviewing the 15 boxes. The FBI found nearly 200 documents with classified markings. It had now become a criminal investigation. Trump's attorneys said the criminal investigation was unwarranted and that they had been cooperating with the archives. The FBI even went to Trump's home and received 38 more classified documents. But in August 2022, they obtained a warrant and raided Trump's Florida residence. Not even Trump's attorney could watch the search.
They wouldn't allow me to actually go with them where they were doing the search, so I didn't actually get to oversee the search. They wouldn't let anybody see what they were doing.
The FBI removed 27 boxes and several document collections containing classified documents. After more back and forth between the FBI and Trump, a court permitted the FBI to continue its criminal investigation. By now, they were accusing him of obstructing justice because he didn't release all of the classified documents when they asked for them. The Attorney General then assigned a special counsel to the case.
Based on recent developments
including the former president's announcement that he is a candidate for president in the next election, and the sitting president's stated intention to be a candidate as well, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel.
The special counsel, Jack Smith, is a career federal prosecutor chosen for his experience in high-stakes cases against politicians. Trump said Smith's indictment is a hoax.
They can't stop because it's election interference at the highest level. There's never been anything like what's happened. I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person.
Many legal experts agree that the charges are serious and damaging, and critics blame Trump for not turning over the documents. But some Republican lawmakers said the charges are flawed.
You can't have obstruction of something when there was no underlying crime.
He argued that the president has the power to classify and control access to information. Jack Smith and others say that Trump isn't above the law, and that appears to be how he got here.
Let's watch NTD News.
The stories that need to be told, the voices that need to be heard, the truth that you need to see. Get unbiased and in-depth news. Don't miss a beat. I'm Stephanie Cox. At NTD, we're here for you.
We're all searching for answers.
I grew up on the Great Lakes. I sat on the shoreline looking up into the sky a lot. It opens your curiosity.
I just knew that there was some power that is deeper than what we realize. That God is bigger than what we realize. We limit God because we're limited in our thinking.
In my soul, I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand better why we're having all these problems in life.
I subscribed to Epoch Times some time ago, and once I cannot help but fall on a title called How Humankind Came to Be. It just makes you realize that we're a speck of sand on a beach.
When I finished that article, I had tears of joy.
When I read it, I was like, wow, because it resonated with me. It hit me. I felt like, yeah, that's what I think too, you know? I really kind of enjoyed reading the part about the karma, you know, working off the bad karma.
That spoke to me in a language different than you hear in traditional biblical discourse, but the essence is the same.
I'm a Christian, but what Mr. Lee said didn't seem to conflict with anything that I've ever encountered. It gave hope that there is a presence, there is a force.
Look into it. It feels like the right thing to do.
Special live coverage of former President Donald Trump's federal indictment and arraignment in Florida. The hearing has now ended and Trump has left the courthouse. And we just saw Trump's motorcade leaving moments ago the courthouse in downtown Miami. He pleaded not guilty to all criminal charges, and Trump's personal aide and co-defendant, Walt Nauta, did not enter a plea at all. His lawyer is still seeking a local counsel and asked for an extension of his case. His arraignment, I should say, is now set for June 27th. So we've been following this unprecedented time in our history. The former president of the United States being indicted in a federal government and arraigned in a federal courthouse. Joining us live now there in Miami is Iris Tao, NTD's Iris Tao, who works for us, of course, at the White House. And she is at the federal courthouse in Miami. Quite different surroundings for you there, Iris, but what's the latest that you can tell us about Mr. Trump's appearance?
course, Kelly. So as you just mentioned, the hearing for Trump has ended after roughly 47 minutes. And now, yes, Trump has left the courthouse. And according to what we have heard, people, his supporters, were lining up on the two sides of the road, basically roaring, applauding, cheering him as he left the courthouse. But also we know that he's actually heading back to New Jersey, where he's going to make a speech tonight at 8:15 p.m. And we also know that the latest update here, as you mentioned, is that no guilty plea was entered during today's hearing. So of course Trump pleaded not guilty, while his aide Nada did not enter a plea at all. And another development we saw here is that the judge actually ruled that Trump and Nada should not be talking about this case, because we know that Trump and Nada will be talking on a daily basis, but the judge basically was saying that I know you're going to talk to each other, but just don't talk about the case, which is quite common when it comes to these federal criminal cases. But also we know that going forward, Trump tonight will be talking about this very case and his indictment and everything happening right here in New Jersey at 8:15 p.m. So apparently there's not been a gag order which would make Trump unable to talk about this case at all to the public. So we do expect to hear more from Trump tonight. Kelly.
Iris Towell, of course, reporting to us, for us, I should say, from Miami. Thank you, Iris. As always, good reporting there. And of course, she's been defining what's happening on the ground in Miami. But as we look to other matters concerning this case, we have with us Horace Cooper, chairman of Project 21. And online, we have the former governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell. Bob, if you can hear me, it's good of you to join us today, and thank you for being a part of our special coverage of the Trump arraignment. I see you there, Bob. Good to have you. I want to ask you on the surface what your first thoughts were when you realized that the former president of the United States was facing a federal indictment and 37 counts with regard to conspiracy as well as obstruction of justice.
I'm sorry, Kelly, me?
Yes, Bob, you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on today with your distinguished panel. It's obviously unprecedented in the history of the country to have these kind of charges against a former commander-in-chief of the United States. Although, you know, he had a state prosecutor in New York also file charges in connection with other matters unrelated to classified documents, as everybody knows, several months ago related to things that occurred during his time in office. I guess a couple initial thoughts. Number one, we really don't know all the facts, and I certainly don't trust some of the mainstream media outlets and newspapers to give us the exact detail of the facts. The indictment speaks for itself. It's very lengthy, it's very thorough. It details a number of pieces of evidence that the government purportedly has. And so we still don't know a lot of things, like whether Mr. Trump says that he declassified some of that information, whether he really did try to comply with returning documents. We know he did some, but apparently not all of the documents that the government had demanded back, which is why they did this search. And we don't know what other defenses that he may have, what he actually knew. The allegations are certainly very damaging. If he showed documents to some of his guests, especially things like documents related to nuclear weapons and other defense secrets of the United States. So, Kelly, I think, you know, I'm a former prosecutor, and I also was in the bullseye of Jack Smith about 8 years ago. All I can say is that there's just not enough known about what the true evidence is and what the true defenses are. But in terms of the damage to the nation by these sorts of unprecedented allegations, it's something that's, to me, a sad day for American democracy.
And Governor, it is a sad day for America, no matter how you look at it, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. Now, I wanted to ask you about that case with Jack Smith, who is now the Assistant Attorney General who's prosecuting the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. You went through something similar as the governor of Virginia. Do you see any correlation between these two cases?
Well, the charges are very different. President Trump is charged, I say shockingly on the surface under the Espionage Act. To think that a president would actually be somehow in collusion with using secrets to help a foreign nation in some way is certainly stunning just on its face. Mine was the Honest Services Act of the federal law. But here's the part that really concerns me. In my own case, Kelly, as you know, I went through 3.5 years of investigation, allegations, trial, appeals, and ultimately the Supreme Court of the United States unanimously in 2016 reversed and dismissed the case, or remanded the case back, and the federal government dropped the charges. And this is, including everybody from Clarence Thomas to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, all agreed that the government got the law wrong, that there were major questions of vagueness doctrine, due process, federalism that were risen in my cases. And ultimately what I concluded as former prosecutor and attorney general, Jack Smith's a bright guy, Harvard Law graduate. He had a distinguished career doing everything from terrorism to sophisticated, complex white-collar crimes. But during his time as head of the Public Integrity Section, Kelly, he authorized investigations, that Lois Lerner, the former head of the IRS, was launching against conservatives. He tried former vice presidential candidate of the United States, John Edwards, former Senator Bob Menendez. Both of those resulted in mistrials or drop charges. And then in my case, again, overwhelmingly, the justices said, you got it wrong. And my takeaway, just on my own case, with how wrong they got the law, I think he showed overzealousnness, a very heavy hand for a prosecutor, and really overreach by a federal prosecutor. I won't say it's for political reasons, but I think that it was maybe. And
Governor,
for
not to interrupt you,
reasons.
but as you're talking, I just want please continue your thought. But as I just wanted to point out that we see Donald Trump getting into his limousine there outside of the Miami courthouse. He is preparing to leave and head back to Doral, or ultimately he will head here to the New York area, where he will go to his home in Bedminster, New Jersey, to have a speech tonight, a fundraising speech. I didn't want to interrupt you, Governor. I just wanted to point out what we were seeing there with Donald Trump. Now, that is at Doral. Talk to me again. You were talking about Jack Smith being a very bright prosecutor, now, of course, serving as the Assistant Attorney General, the Special Prosecutor, I should say, in this case with Donald Trump. Do you see this being an impediment, an obstacle that Donald Trump cannot overcome, and should he step away from running in this presidential campaign?
Well, in a way, it doesn't matter what I think. He, I think, unequivocally has said he's not going to stop. If you look at what's happened, even in the state charges in New York by the prosecutor there, and these charges, he's got a very resolute and loyal base that it doesn't matter, I don't think, what the charges are. Evidence presented in court and conviction is a very different thing than mere allegations in an indictment. But at this point, I wouldn't see any change in his run for presidency. The awkward part, of course, Kelly, is that these cases are likely to come to trial or motions, during the hottest part of the campaign, early to the middle of next year, which makes it almost an untenable time to be focused on a criminal defense. Absolutely. As well as being President of the United States. So,
and Governor, as he's talking, Governor, if you can see the video, it looks like a rabbi and others were actually praying with him as we're looking at live images of the former President of the United States, who has just left the Miami federal courthouse. He is with his friends and supporters there at Doral, which, of course, is his resort area home there in the Miami area. So as we watch this, faith comes into question. Your faith sustained you through a bitter legal battle as the former governor of the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Faith for any man or woman in leadership, and of course in this nation, is necessary to hold on to. As we watch this image right now, what's going through your mind as you watch this?
Well, the president's a very tough guy. I think he's demonstrated that both in business and his campaign for president, and ultimately as president, with myriad, I think, positive decisions for our nation with regard to foreign adversaries, border security, dealing with a partisan Congress in some respect to be able to get major domestic gains through. But I tell you, Kelly, this ripped my heart out when I was charged after serving 38 years in state, federal service, and that the government of my country would come and accuse me of such things that I knew with all my heart were wrong legally. And otherwise.
And Governor, if we can, I'm sorry, Governor, I hate to interrupt you again. This is, I misspoke, this is not Trump at Doral, this is Trump live at a Miami cafe. If we can just listen in for a moment, if we have audio of that, I'd like you to listen in. It looks like he's appearing to give some sort of victory there. Let's listen.
It also appears, Kelly, if I could chime in, that just behind him, the bald gentleman is his co-defendant, Walt Nauta, right there. He was on the left-hand side. He's not in the frame anymore. But yep, there he is, right there in the back.
And they're singing happy birthday to him because it is his birthday tomorrow. So it appears, Governor, that he is undaunted and remaining steadfast, as you were talking earlier, in his purpose to continue to run and continue to fight these legal, this legal wrangling that he's going through.
You know, I see some recent polling that nearly 50% of the American public, which is, bipartisan, believes that there's a political aspect to these charges, and the president clearly is relying on not only the public, but maybe a jury.
And again, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If we can just hear him speak.
We have a country that's got no borders. We have a country that's got nothing but problems. We're a nation in decline, and then they do this stuff. And you see where the people are. We love the people, and you see where they are. You see the crowds and everything else. We have a country that is in decline like never before, and we can't let it happen. I'm going to make a little speech tonight in Bedminster, and I hope you're going to be there.
Can you start tomorrow?
I hope you're going to be there. You can come too if you want.
Start tomorrow, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
God bless Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody.
So again, some of the live feel right there as the former president of the United States made a stop unexpectedly at this Miami cafe. We heard people sing happy birthday to him. We also saw people pray for him. Governor Bob McDonnell with us right now, former governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're also joined by Horace Cooper of Project 21. Governor, I just want to get a final comment from you as you watch all of this. This is it's almost surreal when we find ourselves talking like this and seeing the former president of the United States federally indicted now, and you relating to the story about what you went through with the prosecutor Jack Smith in your past. And yet we see this president saying America is in decline. What are your concerns and what's your hope for America beyond this, this tumultuous legal case?
Well, first, back to your previous question, I think the president is a man of faith, and he's going to need to rely on that when you have the full weight of the federal government and the Department of Justice on you with 37 different indictments. No matter how tough you are, there's a lot of resources that they can bring to bear in a federal court proceeding, especially while you're trying to campaign for the highest office in the land at the same time. This would certainly be a time to try any man's soul, but it goes to a broader issue of we are so darn divided in this country. People have lost some faith in the Justice Department, to knowing that they're calling balls and strikes and politics isn't playing a role. I think both parties suspect the other party is weaponizing the justice system in some way, and that's bad for America. It's bad for the rule of law. And I do hope that no matter what happens here with the specific evidence in the president's case, that people of goodwill of all religions and all political parties will stay up and say America's worth fighting for. It's not about one man, but it's about the things that have made us a beacon of freedom for the world for 247 years. That's worth fighting for, and reasonable people ought to work together to do what's right for America and not a political party.
Steve or Tiff?
Well, the Virginia governor there, mentioning the fact that the former president is going through a lot right now, and his faith is going to be a big aspect of getting him through this. Horace, please feel free to weigh in.
Well, a couple things. I really appreciate the presence of the former governor, because the story of Jack Smith really needs to be told. This is a case where instead of looking and seeing whether criminal behavior had occurred, it was determined, now this is my observation, it was determined we have a bad person in office. And we, like Stalin's police chief, are going to see the man and find the crime. The reason why the Supreme Court struck this down was because this was not a case that had occurred before. In the state of Virginia, nothing that had occurred violated any of Virginia's law. In fact, the state legislature is well able to consider impeachment, and they had not considered it. They hadn't thought about it. Jack decided that he knew better as to who should lead the people in Virginia. This is a similar pattern that we are now seeing. He has decided that this person, the former president of the United States, who had been trusted with these documents and could see them and share with anyone about them for 4 years, is a bad man. And that bad man must be brought down. The Soros prosecutors, many of your viewers are familiar with, refuse to hold any criminals accountable. The Jack Smiths of the world decide to single out people and figure out how they can fashion an assessment and an indictment to bring them down. Neither of these extremes are consistent with the rule of law.
And let me just add here, former Governor Bob McDonnell, who's still with us right now, full disclosure, I've known Bob as a personal friend for many, many years. He knows my family. He has a love for this country. He is a former Marine. He has served this country well. And there was nothing wrong in his personal character.
Correct.
We all have flaws.
But Mr. Smith didn't agree.
Well, that's true, and so I think we might have lost Bob McDonnell, but that's why I was stating in full disclosure.
I'm still here, Kelly.
Are you still there?
Yes,
So Bob, I was speaking on your behalf. You heard what Horace had to say. This comes down to character, and we all have flaws and dings and chinks in our armor of living as quote unquote good men and women. We all fall short. Does that make it right, however, to go after a former president because you don't like the things that he had to say and his mannerisms that are off-putting to many people in this country, yet there's half of this country that still supports him?
There's an immense amount of power in the federal prosecutor's office. In fact, Justice Stephen Breyer said that during an oral argument in my case. In fact, he called federal prosecutors virtually uncontrollable. And therefore, we didn't want to have a separation of powers problem by giving too much power to a federal prosecutor to make these kinds of decisions when it should be left up to the states, which is exactly what Horace just said. I guess, the last thing I'd say, Kelly, is President Trump's going to need to rely on people of faith to pray for him, to support him, to show love for him. And frankly, this is pitting Americans against Americans. All of us should have a grief about the nature of these allegations and pray for justice to be done. If there's enough evidence that shows he's guilty under these statutes, then he ought to be convicted. But if not, and the motives for bringing these charges are political or otherwise, then they should be thrown out. And this is why the independence of the courts is so very important. Last thing I'd say about Jack Smith is federal prosecutors, all prosecutors have a very unique ethical duty that no other lawyer has. And the codes of professional responsibility, Kelly, say that they're supposed to seek truth and justice, not merely to convict. They're not supposed to just win or focus on winning. It's to do what's right. And as long as Mr. Smith if he'll live up to that ideal, we'll get a fair outcome in this case.
If I could just chime in to the governor, as you mentioned, it's the Department of Justice, not the Department of Prosecution. So with that said, to your point, highlighting the seriousness and the gravity of these charges, these 37 counts, 31 felonies, Horace, if I could get your reaction, the Department of Justice, when they take on a case, they have a 92% win rate.
So I agree with the governor that we want to see prosecutors who are willing to seek out justice. What we've seen with Mr. Smith is I will win at all costs. That is not supposed to be the goal of the government. I don't have a problem if the defense attorney has that sort of a mindset. You're allowed to bring the best that you can. But the government is supposed to limit itself so that it doesn't overreach. I read through this indictment. This speaking indictment is intended to smear. It is intended to create the impression in the minds not of the accused, but those people who may hold the accused in high esteem. There's no reason for that. This could have been a much shorter, simpler document outlining the potential violations. Now, it is my view that this really should have been handled civilly. There isn't any gain to be said tomorrow he'll be 77 years old, to be said we're putting you behind bars for the rest of your life over the fact that the documents were in your possession. They weren't being shared with the North Koreans. They weren't being shared with the Iranians. It's vindictive and it's an overreach when you see this happening when the dispute over them could have been resolved in a different way.
Horace, we thank you. And Governor Bob McDonnell of the Commonwealth of Virginia, former governor, I should say, we thank you as well for joining us, Bob. Appreciate you, your transparency with what you went through, and thanks for joining us as well. We have a lot more to cover. We'll go to Epoch TV host Roman Balmakoff right now, who's near the Miami courthouse, and Roman joins us with more.
All right, so we are here in Miami, Florida, right in front of the federal courthouse. Now, Trump was arraigned earlier today. About 10-15 minutes ago, his motorcade left to a huge crowd, maybe like 100 people on one side, maybe 50 people on the other, cheering him on as his motorcade was driving away. FYI, if you're wondering, it's like 77 degrees out here, quite humid. That's why a lot of people we spoke to were sweating. If you actually want to just pan your camera this way, you see quite a lot of police officers coming back. You see now that Trump is out of the building, the security forces are kind of coming back inside. In fact, a lot of the protesters are dispersing, but we still have some of the protesters here, such as Miss Ileana.
Hi, how are you? Good. I forgot to ask you your name.
Roman.
Oh, Roman.
What brought you out here today?
I'm here to support my favorite president. Sorry if I get emotional, but every time I talk about him and what they're doing to him, it makes my heart sad and pain and everything. But we need to support him. That's the important thing. We have to let them know that we're here, that we believe in him. And we believe what he wants to do in America. It's going to be much, much better. Much, much better. We can improve. America has always been great, but we can improve it so much because the government has sold out America. Has sold out America to other countries, to China, to this, to that. We don't know America anymore. It's not the same America. So I hope they realize the judges are fair and they realize that he hasn't done anything wrong. Because someone tells me that they found papers in the bathroom. Come on. Donald Trump knows better than that. I mean, being in Mar-a-Lago, I would build, if I were Donald Trump, I'd build a closet. I turn a room into a closet and keep the papers in air conditioning so they don't sweat. You know, it's so crazy. And the worst part is that a lot of people believe it. A lot of people doesn't see the nonsense, doesn't see the reality, doesn't use logic. It's sad, very sad. Give me just a second. I hope you guys at Epoch, you put this interview in your feed, because I have a friend, Beatriz. She's Cuban. She's 81 years old. And she loves you guys. You are the paper that she follows. And she made me follow you. So, for Beatrice, here I am, Epoch. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Thank you so much. All right, so yeah, things are wrapping up here. As you can see, the police are going back inside now that Trump has left. If there's any more developments, I'll tell you about them. Otherwise, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Roman. Thank you so much. What a kind and gentle lady who said such a sweet thing for Epoch Times as well as NTD. We're going to take a break. Stay tuned for more expert analysis on President Trump's federal indictment. And when we come back, we'll have a lot more.
Let's watch NTD News.
$300 million jobs globally could be impacted by artificial intelligence.
TikTok could undermine the very essence of American sovereignty.
It's not about what the companies actually do, it's about playing the game. Where do you see safe spots in the market? Inflation surged the most, 311,000. The largest bank failures, the Twitter files. What's driving up the demand for gold? Joining me right here every weekday for your latest business news.
The stories that need to be told, the voices that need to be heard, the truth you need to see. Get unbiased and in-depth news. Don't miss a beat. I'm Stephanie Cox. At NTD, we're here for you.
I was formerly a registered Democrat. So our family, my entire family, I had 9 brothers and sisters, and of course my mother and father. We consider ourselves Kennedy Democrats, so JFK, RFK, Martin Luther King. When I was a kid, and I was a young man, we looked at Republicans as the party of the elites, party of wealth, right? The party of the haves, right? When we were looking at ourselves as the party of the workers and the have-nots. But I think Kennedy saw what happened, or what was happening to the Democratic Party, one of them being an overreaching federal government, and the ideals, the true ideals of the Democratic Party. And because he tried to raise those ideals, he was killed for it. Okay, he was assassinated for it. Physical assassinations are much messier these days. And we have a lot of new technologies to be able to learn, the forensics of something that happened, right? Where what is less messy is the assassination by narrative, okay? I'm a product of one of those. I've been assassinated by narrative, yet I'm still standing because I have a much deeper understanding of what it is that we're facing than 95% of just regular people. The tailspin is going to drive us right into the ground, and that's going to be the end of America, and that will be America's demise.
Welcome back. So we just saw Trump speak to his supporters during a stop at a restaurant in Miami after leaving the courthouse. The restaurant is a landmark within the Cuban American community, which is a key constituency in southern Florida, and many politicians stop by the venue during their campaigns. Speaking of the election, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, who is running against Trump in 2024, is showing strong support for him. She said she would pardon Trump if she's elected. Vivek Ramaswamy also said this previously and challenged other candidates to do so as well. And now we're turning to Melina, who has the Department of Justice. We're going to turn to Melina real quick. Melina, has the Justice Department commented on this? Has the White House said anything? What's the latest updates here?
Yeah, Tiff, so me and my producer have been searching for any comment from the DOJ. We haven't seen anything so far. The White House, of course, is reiterating their statement that they do not want to comment on this issue, saying that President Biden would rather not comment on the ongoing case. They also want him to focus on his own campaign. Biden has said previously that he has not been in discussion at all with Attorney General Merrick Garland about the case, saying even the White House's statement here has always been that they want to maintain the independence of the Justice Department. Now, Tiff, we also are seeing something from President Trump. He's criticizing Jack Smith, writing on Truth Social, calling Jack Smith a thug who overturned consistently and unanimously in big cases that Biden and his corrupt Injustice Department stuck on me, calling him a radical right lunatic, Trump hater, as are all his friends and family who probably, he alleges, planted information in the boxes given to them. So that's the latest from former President Trump. He wrote that on Truth Social just a while ago. We're also seeing some reaction from House GOP leadership. Elise Stefanik, who's the conference chairwoman, officially wrote her statement, tweeting that out, saying that now is the time to unite behind former President Trump, saying that it's time for them to oppose the weaponized DOJ and stop the deep state. That's a direct quote from Elise Stefanik, who is among the ranks of House GOP leadership. And that's pretty much representative of what we've seen from the other House Republican leaders, with Steve Scalise and as well as McCarthy. He was pressed on this yesterday. As for Congress's action here, McCarthy was asked if Congress should call in Jack Smith to come and testify to Congress. He didn't directly answer that question, but what he did say is that there's a responsibility to know, especially when the whistleblower has come forth, when he said we shouldn't raid Mar-a-Lago, that we should actually talk to the attorney, saying that that would be an interesting question. Furthermore, on Congress's action that we could expect to see, Jim Jordan has sent a subpoena to the Justice Department requesting documents related to the search warrant of Mar-a-Lago. It's unclear if Chairman Jordan will try to call in Jack Smith to testify, but that's definitely something we will be keeping an eye on. Tiff, back to you.
Melina, thank you for that update. We'll check in with you shortly, but for more updates. But first, back to our discussion with Horace Cooper, chairman of Project 21, in studio here. Horace, we did get to hear from the former President Trump in the restaurant earlier, speaking and people singing happy birthday to him. We also heard from a lady that our Epoch Times reporter Roman was interviewing, and the lady got quite emotional, right? She says seeing what's happening to Trump really hurt her, and she also says that the government has sold out America to other countries like China. What do you make of that?
Well, there is no doubt there's a separate issue with regard to this indictment, that China is the most serious threat that our nation faces, and many in leadership are failing to take that threat seriously. Donald Trump, as president, campaigned on holding China accountable. We saw from the Durham report, it is clear the Russia matter was a complete hoax. The FBI and the CIA and other intelligence agencies were in fact targeting the sitting president of the United States, and it turned out they didn't have the predication. There was no underlying justified reason for the behavior, for the investigation. This is, again, targeting the person and trying to fix the crime around them. There are many Americans I saw that showed up today who share this concern, that we don't have a government that operates in a dispassionate way, But instead we have a government that appears to settle scores and is seeking its own retention in power rather than serving the American people. My final point, our founders gave us a constitution. It's a manual, and it is predicated on self-government. It starts in the home. It works out into our community, and it goes all the way to Washington, D.C. We, the people, are supposed to be making the judgments about how life in America works. What the Durham report reveals and what this indictment shows is that there are people who feel so threatened by what Americans might do of their own free will that they're prepared to act in ways to stymie that.
On the note of the Constitution, I think we had Jane Cook earlier, the presidential historian, talking about in the Constitution it was more worried about political corruption. It literally lays out bribery charges. And in terms of the timing of this second now federal indictment, some are noting that was also the day we were having a lot more papers and documents and notes come out about President Biden receiving allegedly $5 million from Ukraine, and that some are arguing that would be an impeachable offense, but now all the airwaves are filled with Trump. What do you make of the timing there?
Well, it's pretty clear that even though our founders drafted the First Amendment to keep Americans fully informed and educated so that they could act in a way that helped to perpetuate America. Many of those, and it's the only corporation or business structure that's mentioned in our Constitution, those entities that operate under free speech, freedom of press. Many of those, instead of acting as the conductor or the umpire, are acting as cheerleaders. And that is a disservice to the American people. And we really need to see, and I encourage the media, please, regardless of what your personal views are, use the role that our founders gave you to serve the American people properly. It's because of this that the New York Times and CNN and several of these other longtime large institutions are shrinking, precisely because they do not provide the American people with the kind of information that the American people find useful.
Horace, I guess we could get your thoughts here. I'd just like to highlight the fact that AG Garland and former President Trump, they actually have a bit of a history. Garland was nominated to be a Supreme Court justice just before former president took office. There were some things that transpired in the Senate that didn't allow that to happen. So some have suggested that Garland still has an axe to grind. I want to get your thoughts on that.
So getting into the mind and heart of people isn't my forte. My problem, as I've identified, is I do sense that there are prosecutors that think they can get into the mind and heart of people. Kelly, you said it well, that there are people in America that find the president's behavior, his style, off-putting. I'll put it mildly, off-putting. That's not a basis for deciding whether you go to jail or not. We absolutely need an attorney general that can put aside biases and negative feelings. Our former attorney general, Bill Barr, when shown information of credible allegations that former Vice President Biden had received millions of dollars in bribes, he didn't suppress it, but he also didn't run to the press with this information. He directed that it be investigated properly. That's what should have happened here. The problem is the investigation might not have happened in time to lead to an indictment if you just let it go forward before the presidential election. This looks like, it feels like we're trying to affect and influence the American people's ability to exercise
Of course, I got to
self-government.
jump in here. Jurisprudence, the lady of justice is blind. The scales of justice are blind. It doesn't swing to the left or to the right, but should be right there, upholding the rule of law based on the law and the Constitution of the United States, which is what we govern ourselves by. It revolves and involves all the American people. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yet, realistically, we do not see justice always being meted out for all. And that's a different topic. But right now and right here, that is apparently what people are questioning. Are we really upholding justice for all?
Well, I think a lot of people are right to be concerned. I'll give a simple example. 2 of Donald Trump's attorneys can no longer represent him because of the overzealous prosecutors put a wedge by forcing those attorneys to be witnesses in the trial. The sacrosanct relationship between the attorney and his client is normally recognized overwhelmingly as something that you must be very, very careful about trying to create this wedge. We had a woman during the Bush administration who was a defense attorney, and she was prosecuted because it turned out she was handing orders for terrorist acts. She would go in to see her client, get the information, and then she would spread out to whoever needed to hear this. The New York Times and the CNN and others were outraged that she was charged. But it was a very, very high barrier to breach the trust between the lawyers. In this case, it was a very, very casual thing. And in the indictment, it says that Donald Trump asked his counsel questions. And he is charged with having asked questions of his counsel. That takes us way beyond the rule of law. That takes us way beyond the blinders. This is win at all costs.
We will be pausing the in-house discussion really quickly and turning now, as we just saw earlier, Trump has arrived at the airport. We know he is flying to New Jersey for a speech tonight at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, Epoch Times TV host Roman Balmakov is still at the Miami courthouse. Roman, what's it looking like there now that the former president has left?
All right, we are here live in Miami, Florida, in front of the federal courthouse. As you can see, things are clearing out. The protesters are leaving mostly the media. As I mentioned before, the sort of percentage here was 50-50, about 50% media, 50% protesters, as it usually is in a lot of these types of events. Let's speak to one of the protesters who's still around. We have Mr. Dion from New York.
Hanging out, represent for the boss. Ultra extreme MAGA. It's pretty much the only answer at this point.
Yeah. What brought you here all the way from New York?
Well, I spent half the year down here in Miami, go back and forth between Miami and New York. It's nice down here this time of year. It's getting a little bit hot, but if Trump hangs out down here, Mar-a-Lago, it's a good spot to be.
Yeah. So why did you decide to come out here in this blazing heat and spend, 5 hours here holding flags? What were you hoping to achieve?
You got to support the boss. He's the best thing that's ever happened in the American political system. He's the best he's the best president we've ever had. He's the best thing that's ever happened to come down the escalator 8 years ago. He's done nothing wrong. He's been on point. He's been right about everything. And the witch hunt continues. And it's been a slow media day for the last, 27, 28 months. So Trump's good for the media. You guys like coming out. Everyone likes to support the boss. This is Trump country. Remember, this is not the sanctimonious country. This is MAGA country. This is the heart of MAGA country. You know what else is MAGA country? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, because Trump won all those states in 2020. I didn't need to go watch that movie, 2,000 Mules, to find out if Trump won or not in 2020. He won twice already. He's going to win for a third time in 24.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so there you have it. As you can see, things are clearing out, but If anything will happen again, you can come back to me. Until then, back to you in the studio.
Roman, thank you for that report. And actually joining us online now is Jeff Carlson. He's the co-host of Truth Over News on Epoch TV. And Jeff, there's been some talks about the timing of this indictment and also what's happening with the Biden administration. What do you make of if there is a two-tiered justice system?
Hi, everybody. Well, glad to be here. Thanks for having me. You know, I first of all, just one point. I'm glad that we're even talking about this, because if you look at what's going out there with all the other networks, no one's even touching the Biden news. And, you know, the sequence of events just on that day, I think it was June 8th, was really incredible. In the morning, Marjorie Taylor Greene comes out and holds an impromptu press conference after having viewed this FBI document, this 1023, that we've been trying to get our hands on for, you know, how many weeks now, and discloses some incredible details. The biggest being that there was a $5 million bribe that was paid to Joe Biden and a $5 million bribe that was paid to Hunter Biden by, in all likelihood, the owner of Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky, perhaps his top advisor, Vadim Pozharskyi. But then you had this press conference where Biden was with the UK Prime Minister, and a single lone reporter stepped up and asked, you know, what about these allegations of bribery? Joe Biden laughs and responds saying, "Where's the money?" Just, you know, very flippant, complete disregard. Well, as it turns out, maybe he had reason to not be concerned, because later that same day was when the Trump indictment was unsealed, and now we find ourselves here today. And this attitude of this one-sided, you know, show, putting all the focus on the Trump indictment, you know, that continued yesterday. You know, Senator Grassley disclosed some absolutely blockbuster revelations. What he did, he's one of the very few that has seen the unredacted 1023. Most everybody else, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, has only seen the redacted version. So he saw a completely clean copy. And what he saw in that copy, as he broadcast to everybody yesterday, was that there's recordings that are held likely, again, by a Ukrainian oligarch, Mykola Zlochevsky, of phone calls between Hunter Biden and himself, and 2 phone calls between Joe Biden and himself. In other words, you know, if you want to take it to the extreme level, there's literally bribery tapes that are being held by a Ukrainian oligarch regarding Joe Biden and Hunter Biden's dealings in Ukraine. Now, nobody's covering this. It's absolutely astonishing news. It should be everywhere, but of course the corporate media is using the Trump indictment as a cover to ignore all of this.
And Jeff, we do have Horace Cooper, chairman of Project 21, in studio with us. Horace, what's your response to what Jeff just said?
Well, I do find it disturbing, the timing. Our FBI director knew what was in this document, and he originally offered to have the redacted document shown at FBI headquarters. It was never his intent to actually show all of the information to Congress. It was never his intent to be accountable. When he was threatened with being held in contempt, he attempted to negotiate and said, "I'll share it with the committee chairman and the ranking member." When that was not acceptable, he finally agreed to bring a redacted copy to the House of Representatives. Here's the thing. House members had not seen the original document, and so they trusted that what they were given was the full information. It wasn't the full information. What Mr. Grassley, Senator Grassley, shared was, having seen the original, it shows far more damning information. And that's something that our FBI director, who works for all of us, should have brought forward. It is troubling. It is very, very troubling.
And Jeff, to Horace's point, I just want to highlight here, Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina, far from being extreme MAGA, very middle of the road to most Republicans. She said, quote, if the information contained in this document is true, then there will be, quote, bank records to back it up, and that should be the next phase of the Oversight Committee, is to go and find and extract those bank records, go back and look at the suspicious activity reports. Is there any there? What are your thoughts?
Yes, there's absolutely there. A couple points. First of all, it's as a backdrop to all this, it's worth remembering that this was not a classified document. There was no reason to keep it hidden in the first place. And that document also references other communications. In other words, there's other 1023s that are out there, to your point about further disclosure. And as far as bank records and suspicious activity reports, of which there have been a number in conjunction with the Bidens, I'm not sure that a lot of people are aware, but back in 2016, right as Joe Biden was pushing Shokin out, the Ukrainian prosecutor, Latvia warned Ukraine that there were a number of suspicious activity reports, suspicious financial transactions that were involving Hunter Biden, Devon Archer, and two unnamed people at Burisma, one of whom, or affiliated with Burisma, one of whom was an American. So,
excuse me, Jeff, we're just going to chime in here.
We've got a number of very suspicious transactions.
Jeff, we don't mean to cut you off here. We just want to go to the footage on the screen here on the right. You have former President Trump's airplane there heading back, leaving Miami shortly, it appears, to go and fly into New Jersey, where he will go to his Bedminster estate tonight to give a speech at 8:15 p.m. And it looks like he's on the tarmac there, getting ready to lift off shortly. We're going to be watching this, and we'll bring you the footage as it comes out. Again, he's going to be giving a speech in response to his arraignment earlier today on federal charges at 8:15 p.m. in his Bedminster estate in New Jersey. And we're looking at the airplane here. Sorry, Jeff, I don't mean to cut you off. Feel free to carry on.
All right, well, since we're talking about this very quickly, I think it's worth reminding everybody that Trump was originally impeached for looking into Joe Biden's activities, which we're now getting more and more disclosure every day, and I think we're going to continue to get more. And as I was mentioning, you asked about incremental or new financial transactions. I can promise you they're there because Latvia, at a bare minimum, has them. They notified Ukraine. Ukraine did nothing with them. Latvia gave up the investigation, walked away. They later thought that was very strange, specifically because they were telling them 3 of the 4 people that they were flagging were American citizens.
And Jeff, earlier we were speaking with Horace about how, in terms of the Constitution, it talks about political corruption that includes bribery. And as we're speaking now about the Biden family, it does seem there's more and more allegations, at least, coming to light of millions going into the Biden family, whether that's Hunter Biden and now also Joe Biden himself. And some are saying that is an impeachable offense. What is your take on all of this?
Well, I'm not going to claim to be any sort of constitutional expert, but my understanding is that's absolutely the case. And, we've been looking into this situation for literally years now. And I have 3 separate timelines. One relates to China, one relates to Ukraine, and one relates to Romania. And the activities in each of those sequences in each of those countries, many of which overlap with each other, but actually China has the biggest overarching backdrop, which we're not even talking about at this point. All of those have contained suspicious financial transactions, and we know that the Treasury issued SARS reports in each of these different areas. So there's an awful lot going on here, and we're just beginning to see this. I think sort of the tip of the iceberg here.
And Jeff Carlson, thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to direct people's attention on screen. We just saw Trump flying into the air. He is headed back to Bedminster, New Jersey, where he is set to give a speech tonight at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. That's in response to the arraignment earlier in Miami courthouse. And we will have a quick break, and Horace Cooper will be staying with us for the next half. We'll see you soon.
My name is Grace Coulter, and I am the talent producer for NTD. I used to be very ignorant, very much wanting to be a good person, to make the right decisions, to know what was going on in the world, but much of the time what I was reading didn't give me that opportunity. Some people, they do become apathetic. It can be easy to get caught up in this material world, especially with technology at the tips of our fingers. But I think that a lot of people do also feel a higher calling and a higher purpose. And I think that is why you see a lot of young people advocating for social justice, for climate change, because they do have this heart to make the world a better place. They do want to see justice. They do want to see good prevail. But I think that in order to really be in tune with that true purpose and mission that you came here for, it's very important to have truthful information.
Good evening and welcome to NTD News. I'm Stephanie.
Welcome to NTD News Today.
Hello, welcome to the Capitol Report on NTD.
China in Focus.
When I go out to events, whether it's with NTD or the Epoch Times, when people come up to us at these events, in person, they say, "I love you guys. Thank you so much for what you're doing." And when you see, especially the emails that people send to us, it really actually brings a tear to my eye, because you can feel how sincere they are. And it's like, they were in the dark. They didn't know, where the light was, what to trust, where to go, which direction to turn. But then when they have, NTD, it helps to show them the way.
I subscribed to Epoch Times some time ago, and one's eye cannot help but fall on a title called How Humankind Came to Be. It just makes you realize that we're a speck of sand on a beach.
When I finished that article, I had tears of joy.
When I read it, I was like, wow, because it resonated with me.
It hit me. I felt like, yeah, that's what I think too, I really kind of enjoyed reading the part about the karma, working off the bad karma.
That spoke to me in a language different than you hear in traditional biblical discourse, but the essence is the same.
It gave hope that there is a presence, there is a force.
Look into it. It feels like the right thing to do.
And welcome back to our live coverage of former President Trump being arraigned in Miami just hours ago. Former President Trump has just departed Miami, and we saw him taking off just a few moments ago before the break, heading to his home in Bedminster, New Jersey, where he'll be speaking this evening. Now we're going to check in on Capitol Hill, live with Melina Wisecup at Congress. Melina, to you.
Hi, Steve. Yeah. So we'll recap what we've heard from both sides of the aisle in regards to the Trump arraignment today. But first, I do want to mention that there is some back and forth that has gone on today in the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Republican senators were pressing an FBI official over why they have not publicly released a document that alleges that the current President Biden received over $5 million in money from a foreign national in exchange for influencing policy decisions. So that's been a response that we've seen from the GOP. They really are, saying that the recurring message has been that there's a two-tiered justice system playing out, saying that asking the question, why isn't the DOJ and the FBI focusing as much on the Biden family situation as they are on Trump's handling of classified documents? Now, to get into the Democrats' response and just a recap for you, they're pretty uncomfortable that Republicans, many of them in the House and in the Senate, irregardless of Senate leadership, have gone ahead and tried to defend former President Trump. Many Democrats say that they feel uncomfortable that they say Republicans are aiming to undermine the Department of Justice. Some top Democrat lawmakers saying that they believe the evidence is serious and specific, calling that audio recording that is of former President Trump discussing those classified documents, calling that graphic. And now, of course, we mentioned earlier, but we'll mention it again as far as Congress's action. The only bold action that has been taken so far is on the Senate side is J.D. Vance. He's a freshman senator from Ohio. He moved to slow down the DOJ's nominees in response to Trump's arraignment, saying why should he support nominations for a Justice Department that he alleges is interested in targeting Biden's political opponent. And now, just to leave you with this, we'll go over it just one more time. Congress's actions moving forward. The House Judiciary Committee has issued a June 16th deadline for the DOJ to turn over documents related to the initial raid on Mar-a-Lago. And then Speaker McCarthy has been asked if they will call in Special Counsel Jack Smith to testify, although he did not give a direct response. So these are the things that we will be looking at as the political conversations around this unfold. Steve, back to you.
Melina Wisecup reporting for us live in the heart of the Capitol there. Back to the studio here. We're here with Horace Cooper again, chairman of the Project 21. And online we have Steve Friend, former FBI agent and whistleblower and senior fellow at the Center for Renewing America. Welcome you both. Steve, if you're with us, it's great to see you here. You offer a very unique kind of window and insight into all of this, being a former justice official at the FBI. How are you processing all of this?
You know, I just taking a step back here and looking at it, it's just becoming incredibly evident to me how we have a two-tiered system of justice. And I was just looking, through the indictment documents, and it appears to me that the FBI and the DOJ are broadly interpreting these laws we have on the books and weaponizing them to the effect that they're able to sort of show me the man and I'll show you the crime. And it's just tremendously disturbing as being somebody who worked in a long time in federal law enforcement. You don't do that. You play by the rules, and everybody's supposed to be equal in the eyes of the law.
Steve, as a former FBI agent, of course, we're all human beings. We all have our own opinions. If you could kind of share with us how you were able to compartmentalize your personal beliefs in your job and how important that is specifically in this role.
I always viewed my role as a system idealist. And I think we have a pretty good system here. We got a rule book. It's called the Constitution. And I always looked at people who were prone to break the law as being system disruptors, regardless of where they felt politically. It didn't matter to me. It was my job to maintain law and order and ensure that the system was held up to the highest possible standard. Now, unfortunately, as it's come, it looks like the DOJ is, in fact, disrupting the system.
So if, in fact, there is some type of politicization taking place, at which area of the FBI would you be most concerned, and what did you experience yourself?
Well, I from a personal standpoint, I think that the FBI is in fact doing a hard and soft purge of employees, which it feels that are not willing to just go along to get along. And I experienced that myself starting last September up till when I eventually resigned in February. They certainly made that road incredibly the only option for me if I was going to be able to provide for my family. And they've done the same thing to other whistleblowers as well. As far as at large, I think that the national security apparatus that the FBI has now taken over since September 11th, and the mission creep that's come home since the focus was from outward threats into inward, and is now this violent domestic extremist demand that vastly outstrips the supply in this country, has become a problem for so many people as the FBI looks for more targets to justify its existence.
Steve, on the flip side, the FBI, the Department of Justice, still does great work to keep America safe. There are still many, many great FBI officials, and I'm sure you're friends with a lot of them. If you could speak to those people.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. We all took an oath when we got into the FBI. I joined the FBI to do the work of an FBI agent, not necessarily to say that I retired from the FBI and didn't rock the boat too much because I wanted to have my pension. I look at my oath that I took on that day back in November of 2014, and I can remember it very clearly because it meant that much to me. Unfortunately, for too many people, I think that the FBI oath of office is looked at now as almost like the latest update on an iOS user agreement. And that just can't fly when it comes to federal law enforcement or any sort of capacity where you're supposed to be protecting your fellow citizens.
Steve, if you could just stay with us here. We're going to come back in studio and get reaction from Horace Cooper, who's with us in studio, to some of Steve's comments.
Well, I think Steve is doing America a great service. He's willing to share from an insider's perspective. America is the crown jewel on the planet. We are the exemplar of self-government. But because we're the crown jewel, we are a target. And we absolutely need to have hyper-vigilant law enforcement efforts to protect that crown jewel. After 9/11, the American people agreed to give greater authority and power that led to a little bit more intrusion into their lives. People remember a robust debate about the Patriot Act. The government now can read your emails. The government is able to get more access to your financial transactions. The government, as you can see in this indictment, is able to monitor even private conversations and text messages very readily. Those authorities are renewed every few years. Well, guess what? Prior to the November 24 elections, those authorities are going to expire. And because of the American people's concerns that those authorities that protect us and keep us safe have been abused, it is going to be very difficult to get those powers renewed.
Well, see, in discussing that, though, you call into the proverbial question is, how do we get here? When you look back at the Patriot Act following 9/11, and then the war in Iraq, which in hindsight was predicated upon weapons of mass destruction, which, as you know, historically turned out to be non-weapons of mass destruction because of Adnan Chalabi bringing the greatest con to America at that time. So here we are now. We've gone through various administrations from Bush to Obama to Trump, now to Biden. And what's become so shocking to so many Americans, and I think they're growing weary from it, is the toxicity and the politicization of just about everything under the sun, including this latest case with the former president of the United States. And yet no one being responsible or accountable enough to own up to anything. And from that standpoint, should a President Biden, a former President Trump, try to find a way to come before the American people and say, we have a problem here, and we need to heal the soul of America, and it starts with us?
I agree 100% with that. We absolutely need our president to play a leadership role in addressing the fact that there are no actual threats facing America that flow from Donald Trump's interaction. But my point about the authority, many people, including myself, know that we are under threat. China is one of the biggest of those threats, but there are other threats that we face. We got a promise from our FBI, our CIA, our law enforcement, and our domestic and international counterterrorism agencies. They would stay focused like a laser on protecting Americans. They would not stop to focus on who got elected. They would not stop to see whether or not people support COVID hysteria or not. And yet, the Durham report reveals that they couldn't and wouldn't stay focused like they should. If our president, Mr. Biden, stood up today and said, I want to bring us back together, we in division may not agree to renew the powers that protect us all. I want to be a part of bringing us together so that we can find a way to renew those powers. Today, I tell you, those powers are not coming together.
Steve, we'd like to bring Steve Friend back in here. Tiff, do you have something for Steve?
I was just going to jump in on that last part that, Horace, you were bringing up. Steve, in terms of the FBI, it seems, especially after the raid last August on Mar-a-Lago, the public opinion of the FBI has gone quite down. A lot of polls are showing a mistrust in the FBI. Given that, how does the country heal?
Well, I think there needs to be some massive reforms to the way that we do law enforcement in this country at a federal level. I think if you're going to stop short of actually dismantling the FBI and rebuilding from scratch, it has to start at a local level. Certainly the DNA of America is grassroots, it's local, everything that is closest to you. It's the doctrine of the lesser magistrate. That is what governs your life best. So if I had my preferences, I think we would be empowering our local sheriff's offices and our local police departments and working with the United States Marshal's offices that are in those surrounding areas to deputize the detectives who are more equipped and trained and familiar with their main streets in their communities to address the problems. And essentially, then you have the local governments that are staffing and providing the information to the federal level, as opposed to being ruled from high. And that is going to facilitate a lot more trust between the average citizen and their law enforcement.
Steve, with the arraignment today, we keep on emphasizing how the stakes have been raised. This is now a federal indictment. Trump was arraigned on federal charges. This isn't a local Manhattan district attorney. So in your opinion, this isn't, or maybe this is about Trump, but are the implications and how significant are they for the Department of Justice and the way the American people view the DOJ?
I think it's unavoidable that there is going to be this whataboutism, this tit for tat comparison that we had, just for the timing of things. You know, as Congressman Comer has been exposing over the last few weeks about this source reporting document that pertains to some behavior that may or may not be outside the bounds of the law on behalf of President Biden during his time as the vice president, and that timing syncing up so conveniently with this indictment of President Trump, it's just going to be unavoidable. It's going to lead to more polarization between the left and the right in this country. And at its core, at its root, law enforcement, the Department of Justice is supposed to be about maintaining the peace, maintaining the law and order. And as a result of its actions today and in the last few weeks leading up to this, my fear is that this pot is going to boil over and we're going to have some downstream effects. And the DOJ is going to have a role in having caused that, which is not in keeping with its traditions.
Steve Friend, former FBI agent and whistleblower, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And next up joining us is NTD's Iris Tao, along with a guest who has some firsthand knowledge about what went on inside the courthouse today. Iris, please tell us more.
Hey there, so yes, we're still outside the courthouse right now, and joining me now is a reporter for the Epoch Times, and Janice Heisel, who was in the courthouse watching a live feed of Trump's arraignment. So Janice, tell us a bit more, what did or did not happen that kind of surprised you and stood out to you?
Well, I've got to tell you that I think everyone in the courthouse had a sense, and everybody outside the courthouse had a sense that we were witnessing history today. Now, different people feel differently about if it's a bad day or a good day, but it's definitely historic. And I will say it was actually kind of surprising to me that President Trump did not really react as far as I was able to see. Now, I was only able to see the live feed that was in an overflow room, but he mostly just sat with his arms crossed during his part of the arraignment, and he was very expressionless as far as I was able to see. However, his lawyer did make a statement that he was asked whether he wanted to plead not guilty on behalf of President Trump. And he said that, yes, we most certainly enter a plea of not guilty. He was very emphatic about that.
So, of course, as some reporter who has covered legal cases for some 20 plus years, and tell us a bit more about what's next in this case.
Well, this is actually just the first of many steps that's going to be happening now. One of the conditions that the judge put on President Trump is that he cannot talk about the case to certain people unless they are speaking through their attorneys. This is to prevent them from, perhaps changing any information that could affect the case. So that was a special order that the judge did put on former President Trump today.
And what about trial time, the conclusion time? How long do you think it's going to take?
There was nothing stated in court today, but most people do think it's going to take quite a long time. However, the prosecution did say they would promise a speedy resolution to this. I would also like to say that former President Trump's aide, the other gentleman who was charged, Walt Nauta, he actually was not able to plead at all today because his lawyer isn't registered here in the state of Florida. So it's kind of a legal technicality, but he's going to probably be able to make a not guilty plea on paper later on.
Janice Heisel, thanks so much for joining us. And of course, we'll bring the latest details as Trump is now on his way back to New Jersey, where he's expected to make a speech later tonight. Back to you.
And to these Iris Tao, thank you. Been there in Miami since yesterday, bringing us all the latest developments. And appreciate all of her hard work there. So now back to the studio. We still have Horace Cooper with us, and joining us online is Jeff Clark, former Assistant Attorney General. Jeff, it's nice to have you on here.
Great to be here. Thanks, Steve.
Jeff, a great legal mind you are. I guess we'll just start right off on the top. What is your high-level overview after reading the indictment and your impression of how things played out today?
Well, I think the indictment is just like reading a civil complaint. It's just like reading any indictment. It's a series of allegations. It's framed from, in this instance, the Justice Department, who has the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt in a criminal case. And it's amazing how many, including legal minds and supposedly notable legal minds on the left, who've been tweeting that I read this document and it's all over for Trump. Bill Barr has been notably saying that it's ridiculous. First of all, there's a presumption of innocence, and second of all, no one can assess a case until one actually sees how it's responded to in court by the defendants. So here, President Donald Trump and Walt Nauta.
And Jeff, what do you make of the fact that the Presidential Records Act is not mentioned at all in this indictment, and instead they're going after Section E of the Espionage Act?
I make two things out of that, Tiffany. First, that they know that that's a defense that's coming, and they're just whistling past the graveyard on it because they don't want to deal with that until they absolutely have to. So this is part of why I say it's just their affirmative story. It's not, a fair representation of, the full range of evidence, full range of legal defenses. And the second thing is that, the Presidential Records Act is the more specific statute that I think is on the board here. And they realize that there's bad precedent for that for them. It also reflects, if I may, a kind of general approach that criminal lawyers have of kind of, they find a statute, they have tunnel vision, and they say, there's just this statute. Here are our facts, please convict this defendant. They ignore, in particular, and can't be ignored here, the constitutional issues involved. It's a dark day for the country when a president's indicted, and this is historically unprecedented. But not just, because of what it forebodes for the country, but also because of the significant legal issues under the Constitution that's going to protect. And second, they ignore any other statute that might be used as a defense because it's a statute that sets up a regulatory scheme. And indeed, it's a regulatory scheme that provides no remedies against the president. So it's only a statute that, as I read it, provides some regulatory discussion of regulatory remedies against the National Archives. So the Congress has set up a regime that treats the president as special because he's the one with declassification authority. And then I also think that they've used this statute, the Espionage Act, Section 793E, because it doesn't use classified information as a term of art. It only uses national defense information. So I think they're going to try to sidestep President Trump's arguments that he declassified these documents either directly or by a course of conduct.
And Jeff, on that declassification point, it seems this is called a speaking indictment as it does lay out this audio track. And a lot of Democrats are pointing to that, or Trump critics, because in the audio track, Trump says, oh, I could have declassified this, but I didn't. But those recordings happened in New Jersey, whereas right now this arraignment that we saw today was in Miami. So how does that work? And it seems, is this a media by trial?
Well, I definitely think that there's an attempt to try this case in the public sphere. because of all the leaks that came out from the Jack Smith operation. As I've compared it to before, the Robert Hur special counsel investigation of Joe Biden and his documents, both when he was a vice president and a senator, neither of which have declassification authority, that seems like sealed up tighter than a drum. Whereas in this case, we've just had leak after leak after leak and pre-bake, in terms of, I think, coordination between the prosecutors and the media. And then in terms of the New Jersey angle that you mentioned, look, there can be potential for arguments about venue, but clearly the Justice Department made the call that they have to bring this case in Florida because that's where the documents were, that's where Mar-a-Lago is, and that they were at risk of losing the entire case if they didn't bring it in that venue. The next question to ask about that, though, is why did they do all of the grand jury proceedings, and why did they go to the chief judge in the district court here in federal district court here in Washington to get all of their rulings doing things like unprecedentedly piercing President Trump's lawyer-client privilege? And I think that's because they were forum shopping those pre-indictment issues.
And Jeff, how do you see this playing into the 2024 election as President Trump is running again and it is quite a crowded field? How do you see this playing into that?
Well, I'm not paid for my political expertise, but if you ask me in my lay capacity, and this isn't a legal question, obviously either, where I'm expert, my reaction is that I think it's going to fuel President Trump's fire. He's already well ahead in the polls. I think it's only going to continue. If they could somehow get a very, very quick trial and resolution, it might put, I think more darkness in the crystal ball. But I think there are going to be huge threshold issues here that are going to stretch this out. There's going to be a long discovery delay. There are going to be threshold motions to throw this thing out. There are going to be complaints like I just described about forum shopping with the D.C. grand jury and the D.C. chief judge. The issues are going to be numerous. They might generate interlocutory appeals up to the 11th Circuit.
And it seems there are a lot of questions surrounding that. It seems the Constitution doesn't say anything about not being president from jail. But then there's also questions, would it even get to that point? Would the Secret Service be involved? Would they be inmates? Would they be guards? What is the legality around that?
Well, this is, an amazing, and sad set of questions at first impression. But, as I sit here, I don't believe that we're going to see that happen, given all of the defenses that President Trump has, all of the very strange things. Let's just put it that way. I could use other adjectives that are harsher in bringing this prosecution. So, I wouldn't speculate on what's going to happen with that. And even before that would happen, I think inherently President Trump would be given an appeal from a final judgment to the 11th Circuit. So nothing would be final. And I also think, if he were to be convicted and the 11th Circuit did not overturn things, I think it would rocket to the Supreme Court. So that's a very long process.
Yeah, we'll bring it back in studio here. Horace, let's get your reaction to some of what Jeff just spoke about. Jeff, please stay with us. We're going to come back to you in a moment. And Horace, we want to ask you about, it doesn't seem like it's just going to stop here. There's other potential trials, the Georgia case. If you could just kind of expound on that and what could be in the future.
Well, what some observers call lawfare is an attempt to thwart your political opponents using the criminal justice system. In this case, this particular indictment, I've said before and I'll say again, could have simply been avoided by using the civil process. This should have been resolved in civil court, not in criminal court. But we're going to see what happens in the state of Georgia. We're going to see the case begin in the state of New York. And I don't see how this case gets beyond the motions phase prior to the presidential election in 2024. The discovery process alone is going to take quite a bit of time. And I believe that this indictment, its primary purpose is the smear. It's a talking indictment, not because it references some comments that the president may have allegedly made, but because it's trying to reach parties beyond the defendants themselves and the judges that will be overseeing this. It is attempting to define in the minds of the public. That may be its sole purpose, ultimately. No trial, no conviction, just simply we throw the smear out.
I've got to follow up on that. What all this brings to mind is you're discussing that, and as Jeff Clark has been discussing the legal aspects of it. It reminds me, you're talking about the smear, it reminds me of putting someone on a gurney and you have a guillotine sweeping back and forth. It's swinging to the left, swinging to the right. Each time it gets closer to cutting that person in half. That person on the guillotine, it's not Donald Trump. It isn't even Joe Biden. It's the American people.
That's right.
And based on this guillotine swinging left to right and getting ever so close to cutting America in half, what is the threat to the sovereignty of this democratic republic, given the fact that our adversaries are watching this with glee?
America's under threat. America needs to be on guard about the threat. Unfortunately, America can't stay focused on that because its law enforcement agencies won't stay focused on that. We are going to have to find a way to come back together. This indictment does not help us do that. Again, I call upon our president to stand up and announce that he is not going to allow this trial to go forward. That would be a remarkably positive way for Americans to begin a healing process and coming back together.
And we appreciate former Assistant Attorney General Jeff Clark joining us, and of course Horace Cooper. Really appreciate you being on set with us here. Your insights are invaluable.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll take a short break, but we'll be back with more analysis for you on the Trump indictment in just a moment.
Stalin, who was one of the worst genocidal maniacs in history, up to 20 million people killed under his reign. He takes somebody who is a threat to him, and rather than necessarily just taking them out back and shooting them, they would invent charges against somebody and convict him of that, and then unfortunately oftentimes followed by quick sentences, often of execution. And you see the same thing in Maoist China. You see the same thing in any number of banana republics, Cuba, Central America. It's a common refrain where whatever side is in power decides that they are going to either discredit or maybe even eliminate their political opponents through law enforcement and through the judiciary. And we're in the early stages of that happening right now. But we see many occasions right now where federal law enforcement targeting people based on politics. It's an extremely dangerous time.
We're all searching for answers.
I grew up on the Great Lakes. I sat on the shoreline looking up into the sky a lot. It opens your curiosity.
I just knew that there was some power that is deeper than what we realize. That God is bigger than what we realize. We limit God because we're limited in our thinking.
In my soul, I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand better why we're having all these problems in life.
I subscribed to Epoch Times some time ago, and one's eye cannot help but fall on a title called How Humankind Came to Be. It just makes you realize that we're a speck of sand on a beach.
When I finished that article, I had tears of joy.
When I read it, I was like, wow, because it resonated with me.
It hit me. I felt like, yeah, that's what I think too, I really kind of enjoyed reading the part about the karma, working off the bad karma.
that spoke to me in a language different than you hear in traditional biblical discourse, but the essence is the same.
I'm a Christian, but what Mr. Lee said didn't seem to conflict with anything that I've ever encountered. It gave hope that there is a presence, there is a force.
Look into it. It feels like the right thing to do.
$300 million jobs globally could be impacted by artificial intelligence.
TikTok could undermine the very essence of American sovereignty.
It's not about what the companies actually do, it's about playing the game. Where do you see safe spots in the market? Inflation surged the most, 311,000. The largest bank failures, the Twitter files. What's driving up the demand for gold? Joining me right here every weekday for your latest business news.
Civilizations rise and fall. Millenniums, centuries, decades pass. But humankind's biggest questions remain. Life after death? Destiny or coincidence? For what do we exist? Explore them with us. Mysteries of life.
My name.
And thanks for staying with us. Welcome back to our special coverage of former President Donald Trump's federal indictment and arraignment. Trump has now been able to get on his airplane. We saw that about a half hour ago as he was departing Miami, and he has left Miami now, and we can expect him to speak at his New Jersey resort in Bedminster later this evening. Some Republicans, as you know, are providing reactions, and they're still trickling in as the main event wraps up today. And Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, telling Fox News earlier that he thinks Trump should not have held on to the documents. If the allegations are true, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who is also running for president, by the way, told CNN that he thinks Trump's indictment is distracting from other issues like energy prices, inflation, and of course, the economy. And joining us now in the studio with more insights on all of this is Joshua Phillip. He's a senior investigative reporter for the Epoch Times and host of Crossroads on Epoch TV. Make sure you watch it. And online we have Joel Etienne, litigator and contributor at Epoch Times in Canada. Good to see you both. Joel, you're joining us from Toronto. Let me begin with you, Joel. How is this case perceived on an international platform with regard to our neighbors to the north in Canada, but also because you're a man who's traveled the world and have insight in terms of what's going on, how the rest of the world is watching this case?
You know, Kelly, we're for the rest of the planet, especially the Western world, this is fascinating for us. It is indicative of problems that we also have in Western society. These big trials, these big cases are often a reflection of the day-to-day in relation to the structural difficulties that we're facing. It reminds me, this trial that we're going to have reminds me a lot of legal changes that had to happen in France years ago, where cross-examination was not available in the French system as opposed to the British common law system, the American system, the Canadian system of law. In France, you could never cross-examine the complainant against you. You can only ask questions to the police officer in relation to his report. So you could say, well, did you speak to the complainant? And the officer would say yes. And what did the complainant tell you? And the officer would read out in court what was written in the report. And of course, cross-examination is such an important, pivotal part, integral part of our legal world. And when Jacques Chirac, the president of France, was indicted in France years ago on some type of corruption scandal, then of course all the politicians ran to amend and change the law to provide Jacques Chirac, the president, with the changes that were necessary to give the president a fair trial that no other French citizen could have access to. So to me, it highlights the structural difficulties in American law, But I should tell you, these difficulties reflect themselves all over the Western world. Whereas really, where are we at right now? We're really in a state of affairs where every conduct has been criminalized. And so basically, prosecutors find themselves in the situation where if they want to charge you, then they can charge you. And where other people will not face criminal repercussions for the everyday behavior, procedural behavior, then, you know, if you're not liked and you're the one that they've got the focus on, then you could be facing some terrible, terrible repercussions. It's to us outside of the United States, it's a really fascinating state of affairs.
Fascinating indeed, and that's your legal hat that's on. But let me bring Josh in here right now, along with my colleagues Steve and Tiffany. Josh, other people throughout the world have also questioned America, wondering what's gone wrong with America, which they have perceived as being the world's beacon of hope. Is that somehow tarnished with these cases that continue to go on against a former president that are unprecedented and historic, not to mention the fact that it's a given that we are so divided as a country?
I really think that's actually one of the bigger things that's going to happen with this is a lot of other countries, not even necessarily American adversaries, they view this as political corruption. The Mexican president was criticizing Biden, for example. When you had American politicians calling for, let's say, actions against the drug cartels, for example, he was criticizing America, and he was in particular calling out the prosecutions of Trump. For China, that is the case. For Russia, that is the case. It becomes kind of a narrative they can use that does have some footing, where they can say, how can you criticize us when you are prosecuting your political enemy or the former president? How can you criticize us when you don't investigate this politician, but you do investigate this one? And of course, the kind of tit-for-tat narratives they had, I think I would debate with that a little bit. You know, it's different, for example, if you're trying to compare that to, let's say, harvesting people's organs for believing in religion in China. I don't think you can compare these two things. But it is damaging America's ability to make moral arguments, unfortunately.
So, Joel, your response to what Josh just talked about, the fact that people aren't questioning what's happening in America, I've experienced in traveling abroad, or people contacting me from abroad in other countries like Africa or the Middle East asking what is going on with America. You as a Canadian who's familiar with the law and politics, but also with life itself, how do you view America? Is America still a beacon of hope to our northern neighbors?
Well, this whole state of affairs is very familiar with us, especially here in Canada, because, you know, whether you're French, you're British, you're Canadian, you're Australian, what we all have in common is the reasonable man on the street, the reasonable person. And in this context, the last bastion of confidence that the population has been our courts. I mean, we live in Western society in a climate where belief in the traditional institutions has fallen to the wayside. We know that. The churches, the unions, the politicians, the professionals, the bankers, it's all fallen to pieces. But where there's always been confidence and belief, it's in our judicial system, in our court system. It's the last bastion of confidence. And my big fear here, whether it's in the United States or in Canada or anywhere else, is, you know, I was listening to Chris Christie yesterday as a former prosecutor, laying out the facts and the law in relation into the legalities of the offense. And the lawyer had in me completely resonated with what he said. As a lawyer, I understand it. But I also know that we can't just as a bunch of lawyers live in our little vacuum. We have to understand that what the courts do has to be sellable, if you will, to the reasonable person on the street. And the reasonable person on the street in the streets of Toronto, when you ask them about the specifics of this case, there's just two big questions. You know, if these documents were so relevant and so important, and they could not be in the hands of a former president, why did they leave the White House? And if there was such a danger in relation to these documents being available outside the White House for such a long period of time, then for Pete's sakes, explain to me why that FBI raid didn't happen, 18 months earlier. This is where you lose the crowd, you lose the reasonable person on the street. And contextually, that could do a lot of harm in terms of the confidence of the general population in our legal system.
Josh, we're at a crossroads.
Seems to be the case. I would say back in your point about what it means for our country and when it comes to the legal system, this is actually really important because everyone talks about the threats to democracy and dangers to democracy and the end of democracy. Unfortunately, that is what an end of democracy looks like, or the end of a republic, is when you break the divisions of power. A constitutional republic, or the type of country we have, or even a democracy, is really defined by divisions of power. If you don't have if the Senate is not independent from the president's office, right, the executive branch, you lose that. If the judicial branch is politicized, you lose that. What do you have when the Senate and the judicial branch are both answering to the same source of power? You have what is defined as a tyranny. And we do risk that if justice becomes politicized. That was the beginning of the fall of Rome, and that historically that is how republics fall. So I do hope we can avoid in this country politicized justice.
And at all costs, Josh, it seems that we need to do it fast, quick, and in a hurry because it is not looking well as we get into a very combative presidential campaign among Republicans, by the way. Joel, as you follow the politics of America, it's going to be an interesting campaign for our northern neighbors in Canada to watch what's happening in the United States.
Oh, absolutely. We're seeing ramifications of all of this here as well. Don't think that in our own political environment we're not facing these realities. But what's really interesting to me is that what President Trump is facing today is very much akin to the daily reality of millions of other Americans who all of a sudden, unbeknownst to them, find themselves within this large net of prosecutable offenses that they never even probably realized was, a criminal offense on the book. Just for the fun of it, I was going through some of these American federal statutes. You can go to jail for 6 months because of disruptively having bad hygiene in the Library of Congress. It's an offense to have Swiss cheese with no holes. It's an offense to manufacture ketchup that is too runny. Day in, day out, Americans are running the streets thinking that they're not going afoul of the law, but the law has become so broad that, lo and behold, Godspeed to you. If the system wants to charge you with something, they will charge you with something, and then you find yourself in this whataboutism. Then why me and not Pence? Why me and not Biden? Why me and not Clinton? And this is where Josh is absolutely correct. Everything, you've created a de facto situation where the law has become politicized.
Joel Etienne, we thank you for your insights as always, joining us from Canada. And Josh, we're going to come back to you in just a moment. But first, we'll go to Epoch TV host Bo Davidson, who's reporting to us live now from Miami. Bo, what have you got for us?
Yeah, it's been a wild and hot and humid day down here in Miami at the federal courthouse, and Donald Trump came in. He had throngs of supporters here, hundreds, maybe close to 1,000. There were quite a few people here. I would say maybe 95% were pro-Trump, only maybe 5% were anti-Trump. I did have the chance to interview both pro-Trump and anti-Trump folks. And interestingly enough, I have to tell you this interesting story. I interviewed a man named Dominic Santana. He had on a kind of a jail outfit, and he had a sign that said lock him up. I thought he'd be an interesting guy to talk to. Well, he had admitted that he had tried to jump at Trump's motorcade earlier in the day when he first came here, and then he said he was going to do it again. Well, he made good on that promise, and he jumped towards the motorcade, and there's already been helicopter feed of it, and you can see him actually being tackled, and we believe that he was arrested. So I interviewed someone that, breaking news right here, actually made international news for jumping in trying to attack the president's motorcade. That's been typical from a lot of folks from that side and their animosity towards him. So, and then I tried to actually post the video on Instagram, and I have to tell you this as well. It's saying, try again later. We restrict certain activity to protect our community. So, Mark Zuckerberg, I think we have some questions for you about why I'm not allowed to post the actual news of what's going on about this gentleman who decided he was going to try to attack the president's motorcade and made good on that promise. But we also have some supporters here as well. We have a lady named Myra that would like to join me now. Myra, please come in. She's with Women for Trump. Myra, how are you?
Very good.
Where did you come from today?
Because I support Trump. And as an attorney, I'm an immigration attorney, I know when the justice system can be manipulated to attack one of our own. And when I say our own, I'm talking about an American citizen. We cannot use our laws to attack an American citizen, let alone somebody who has been a president of the United States, and he did it dignified.
Talk about that two-tier justice system, since you are an attorney. You know, it seems that it is one-sided when the Biden DOJ goes after President Trump but does not go after any other president. Do you see it as being lopsided?
Oh, absolutely. Lopsided, it will be an understatement. This is in your face, total corruption. We don't know how many ways we can describe Banana Republic, but this is one. 35 some counts in New York. Some counts that they're cooking in Georgia, some other counts in Washington, D.C., and now they're bringing this circus here to Miami, just with what? How many? 107? They're talking about things like if he gets convicted, he can face 100 years in jail. Barr came out and said, like, oh, if some of these stick, Trump is toasted. And we have people like Rachel Maddow saying that, oh, now we're really going to get it because the bottom line is getting Trump off the ballot. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They have cried wolf so many times, and then they want to try and pin on Trump the same crimes that Hillary Clinton had committed. And James Comey said, this is unprecedented, which means nobody has done it before, so they are not going to do it. But yet, they are bringing case law to see how they can tailor a crime to the person of Donald Trump just to make him get out of the race. And that's been done by rhinos and Democrats together.
And finally, do you think that the timing of this is interesting, since it's tied also to the $5 million bribery scheme that's coming out?
Well, this is one other thing. What's the best thing? What can they do to take all the oxygen out of the media and cover the real criminals, which is Joe Robinette Biden and his family? When are we going to see something related to bribe money, millions of dollars? Even the grandchildren are receiving money from China, Ukraine, from Romania, from Russia. What is happening here? What is the money coming from or going to? So that's the real crime right there. We are here, all the media all across the United States and the world are here, but we are going to see this day as the most infamous day, and the Democrats and those rhinos, you are going to pay the price, honey.
Thank you, Myra, and back to you guys in the studio.
Bo Davidson with a report from Miami, and of course talking to an attorney, an immigration attorney, a Trump supporter on the streets there in Miami in front of the Miami Federal Courthouse. Back here live now, I'm joined by my colleagues Tiffany Meyer and Steve Lance, and we're talking to our colleague from Epoch Times, Joshua Phillips, who is the host of Crossroads. So based on all that we've seen today, Josh, we're at the end of the day, we still are one nation with laws, with the rule of law, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's a sticking point right now, because there are so many people on both sides of the aisle arguing, is there justice for all?
Well, and that is going to be a big question for this country, I think, going forward. The reality is, until we do see equal justice under the law, I think the integrity of our legal system is broken, and there's no nice way of putting it. This is unfortunately the reality. At the very least, the perception of it is like that now. People do believe that you can go and rob a store in California and not go to jail for it, but if you say the wrong thing politically, you might actually go to prison. And there are a lot of people who believe that now. Whether it's true or not, that is the belief. And I think you're going to have as well the difficulty of our federal agencies to even be able to get people to talk to them. They're going to have trouble getting witnesses, trouble getting accounts, because you're going to have FBI agents, for example, show up at people's doors and say, hey, can we talk to you? And people are going to pull out their cell phones and record them and post it on the internet and be like, look who showed up at my door today, because they don't trust them anymore. These agencies are going to have to take significant steps to restore trust. And you see even a lot on the Republican side now, the funny narrative coming out now is Biden saying the Republicans want to defund the police. Last I heard it was the Democrats, but Republicans do want to defund the FBI. And so you do have this. America's justice system needs to restore its, at the very least, its perceived integrity. And that is a real challenge we're going to have as a country.
Yeah, stand by, guys. Timothy Allen Simon right now, chairman of the California African American Chamber of Commerce, also an attorney and former member of the Republican governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger's cabinet. Timothy, we have time for one question for you, and because of your great mind and intellect, got to ask you, how do you see this unfolding for the future of America's constitutional republic?
I think it's a tragic day for this country as a constitutional republic. I find no glee in seeing a former president sitting before a federal magistrate. At the same time, the defendant here, Mr. Trump, he brought most of this upon himself. Even some of his supporters are saying the documents should have been returned. But Kelly and distinguished panel, I also believe that as a nation, we have to take a very close look at the National Archives, the Presidential Records Act, and the process by which the POTUS leaves office. Because here you have Joe Biden, Mike Pence, and President Trump all having implications regarding classified materials leaving the White House. It appears to me that there must be a better mousetrap. There must be a better way to secure that the exit of a president is certified and that all records that belong to the government remain with the government, and then the personal items that are the president's remain with the president. So I'm hoping this will be an awakening for our country of why we need tighter rules in areas surrounding the executive branch. Finally, Kelly, we are always, as a nation, very close to being a police state. And it's interesting to me seeing what we characterize as the left applauding the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Justice Department, that was implicated in the assassination of Malcolm X, had conducted surveillance and tapes on Dr. Martin Luther King. Through J. Edgar Hoover's COINTEL program, eliminated the Black Panther Party for all practical purposes. And now the pendulum is swinging the other way. And I do think, despite the infractions by the president, I think the public should be very cautious of applauding the Department of Justice, because its history is nowhere near sanctified. It does things every day that is not often in the best interest of our national security. So I'm watching this with a very critical eye. I wish the former president, returned the documents, but be that as it may, I think there are issues surrounding how these documents are handled that his defense team could effectively utilize in the trial.
Timothy Allen Simon, thank you. One question, you told us exactly how you feel and expressed it very well. Thank you so much, Timothy.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Yeah.
So it's been an incredible day.
It has indeed. And Josh, it's been a pleasure having you on with us today. I know you'll be doing a deep dive into all of this on your own tonight on your show Crossroads, which airs at 7 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching at home, be sure to tune in for that later tonight. Also tonight, former President Trump is going to deliver remarks at the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, following his arraignment earlier today in Miami. You can tune in at ntd.com or epochtv.com to watch it at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And that brings us to an end of our special live coverage of former President Trump's federal indictment and arraignment in Miami. Jack Bradley will continue our coverage on NTD Evening News tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. On behalf of my colleagues, Kelly Wright, Tiffany Meyer, and Joshua Phillip, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.
A
former president of the United States for the first time in history.
Public will see here as a former president is now indicted.
Did he do something wrong? What was it? His liberty is at stake.
But if this is about the 2016 presidential election, how could Bragg, a local prosecutor, prosecute a federal offense? Do we still have consistent accountability, or has our justice system become a partisan tool?
Officers were injured, but you've heard nothing about that on mainstream media. And I said, are you going to treat these two cases the same? He refused to answer my question, said he hadn't even heard of or knew that the Department of Interior had been raided.
If it could happen to us, it could happen to you.
Physical assassinations are much messier these days, so you assassinate by narratives.
There was a time in America when both parties were patriotic. Your efforts were to win a general election, not to put the opposition in jail or ruin them financially or destroy them.
Perhaps what we need is a rebirth of our nation, a return to the moral values and principles upon which it was founded. Only by embracing these values can we hope to move forward and secure the future of our great nation.
I've stated multiple times that if laws were broken, then people that broke those laws need to be held accountable. But there shouldn't be, we're going to have one standard for January 6th people who walked into the Capitol, and we're going to have another standard for those liberal environmentalist activists who stormed the Department of Interior. I held up a picture in a Judiciary Committee hearing and asked AG Garland that specific question. Here's a picture of January 6th. Here's a picture of leftist environmentalists storming into the Department of Interior. Officers were injured. Officers had to go to the hospital. You've heard nothing about that on mainstream media. And I said, are you going to treat these two cases the same? He refused to answer my question, said he hadn't even heard of or knew that the Department of Interior had been raided. Federal building. Would you call both of these acts domestic terrorism?
Look, I'm not going to comment about particular matters.
As we sit here today, we all know what's happening with the January 6th people. But nothing has happened to any of these individuals after asking repeatedly to this DOJ.